Can I say something?
Let me.
I was trying to get in there, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I was trying to get in. So let me get in now.
I'm letting you in, all right?
Thank you.
God almighty.
Thank you very much. Right. I'm not one of those guys who likes to back off. Right. Now listen up. You can definitely tell the earth is not a ball without having to measure it. Okay? That's definitely doable because we've given our 5 senses, and that's what we would use. And as for the earth being a globe, there is no measurement that this earth is a globe. We're giving numbers, but that doesn't exist. The shape of the earth as a spherical ball has not been measured by any human being today or in the thousands of years ago. So that's an assumption the guys.
So basically what you're saying is that the people that measure the shape of the earth are not using their senses? Is that what you're saying?
Your question was, can you determine the shape of the earth?
But the people that measure earth are not using their senses.
Correct.
So Babs.
Well, does that seem logical to anyone else?
Let me answer that, please.
Babs, I've got a question for you.
You're talking out your ass now.
Hold on, Gin. Don't go down that path.
I'm going to go down that path. I'm already down there.
Don't, please. Now, is this to determine it for yourself, Babs, or is this to determine it for everyone else?
You can only prove something to yourself.
Okay, then.
The basis of my point is that if you were to prove something to yourself, how would you go about doing that?
Yeah. I've already done it. According to this earth, from my birth, I have not seen, experienced, felt curvature of this earth anywhere. And I've flown, jumped out of planes, sailed on boats, ridden motorcycles, used my eyeballs. I've never ever seen curvature of this earth anywhere. And I've traveled as far as Japan, Africa, Europe, and the Americas and the Pacific Islands. Okay? I think I've covered enough to encounter curvature somewhere, and it hasn't happened. I'm 60 years old. So I know. I know the earth is flat.
Okay, so to what degree of accuracy are you making these observations? Because we could argue that there are people that are using
accuracy.
There are people that use tools that have a certain degree of accuracy in order to make these measurements. But you're just making observations, and you're not using any tools to do that.
This is me using my senses to answer your question. Can you hang on a second? Can you determine? Hang on, please. Can you determine the shape of the earth without using measurements? Yes, you can. Now, if you want to use measurements, then I can do it even easier. It becomes easier once I have tools to measure with. Okay, and with the tools and the technology.
Okay, what tools have you used to measure the shape of the earth?
No, it has been.
Okay, Jin, what tools have you used to measure the shape of the earth, Jin?
I'm still waiting to answer my question, and I asked nice.
Pythagorean theorem.
But maybe I talk over people?
Pythagorean theorem.
Well, it seems like everybody just wants to talk at the same time.
The laser test. People.
Is he clipping for everybody else or just me?
Gin, hold on, man. You got a really bad mic. You're gonna have to fix your mic. Gin, listen.
Aeroplanes.
Gin, can you hear me?
That's all I've used.
He can't hear you. He can't hear you.
How's he muted still?
Yeah, how can I still hear him and he's muted?
Hold on.
So basically what Jin is saying is...
Hold on 2 seconds, Babs. Gin, you got a really bad mic, mate. Fix your mic, ping me in chat, and I'll unmute you. All right. So fix your mic first, and then come back. Cheers. All right, Babs. There you go.
So basically, what Jin is saying is that everybody else that makes measurements. Can you stop talking over me? Like, what the hell is wrong with you, dude? Can you not hear me talking?
Well, you're not polite, and you don't give anybody a chance to talk. I've been asking to talk.
No, you started talking immediately when I started talking.
No. Man, settle this down.
I am. All right. Flat has been trying to get has been trying to get in, Moon. So let him ask his question, please.
Yeah, that's right. No.
Can he get in after I make my point? Yeah. Because he's just gonna. I was answering Jin's question directly, and Flat Daddy's introducing a different point.
Well, no one heard Jin. To be fair, right? Because his mic was all over the place, and
I can barely hear Moon or.
So did you not hear Jin saying that he uses his senses to measure the shape of the Earth? Did no one else hear that?
He was all over the place, actually, to be honest with you. And he will get a chance to come back into it when he fixes his mic. Like, you should also fix your mic, Moon, because it's really bad, to be honest with you.
It's kind of difficult to understand you.
And Flat Daddy as well.
I can't fix my mic.
Yeah, and
Flat Daddy, yours is bad.
And Flat Daddy,
no,
is bad. No, your mic is bad too, mate.
Come on, guys, get your mic
too much a moment ago, Banser, and now you're missing me.
Oh, damn.
You better be missing me.
Oh,
so, Bandy, if water doesn't bend, why do they have those water lines showing higher than the horizon?
What water lines are you talking about?
Watery ones.
What water lines are you talking about?
Do I have to re-show it to you? Okay, look, I don't mean to do this to you, but you've now asked for it. But the guy he's made that U-bend pipe thing that he can see through, that he puts like T in, and then he goes to different heights. Here we go. And they always line up to higher than the horizon depending on his altitude. So as he goes up mountains.
Okay. So what is this proving? What is this proving?
Proving water's bending, man. Proves that if you're down, if you're down on the surface of the water at a beach at sea level, it will be pretty much bang on. Right? So horizon rises to eye level, which is what you expect.
So now you have two bodies of water that are separated, right?
Yep.
In two separate containers, and you expect both of those to line up for some particular reason.
Well, I expect the pipe, I think you would agree here. Let's start with where we agree. The pipe, he's lining the water up so it lines up just with itself. So what he's using that is a water level to shoot for the exactly horizontal.
Yeah.
Would you say that's effective?
Oh, water levels are very effective.
Great. So then when he shoots it at the beach, it shoots pretty much at the beach's horizon, tiny bit above it, which is what you would get on plane where the horizon was the vanishing point at which, the extinction point of your vision. But as you go up, that extinction point of your vision, because it's based on your eye, not on geometry, not on sort of where it actually is, that will stay in your eye. But what he's showing is as he goes up a mountain, that water, in order to be at the horizon, would be bending down.
So my first question is, why are you expecting the horizon to be A, in exactly the same position, B, on multiple different days, we have multiple different weather conditions, B, we have one body of water in a container and another body of water in a container, and you expect these to line up when they're not in the same body? Like, you are presuming many things that don't even line up to start off with.
So as I said, we're just using this to find level. But what we find is if we do that at water level, as if it was part of the water, it lines up with the water. So we go, right, both of these are sitting flat and level and pointing at the same point.
Okay. Yeah. So if you had if you had that at water level, right? If you had that water level at water level, right, they would line up, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
If the Earth filled up with water, regardless of size, if the Earth filled up with water like another Noah's flood, and when it goes up to the top of the mountain where he's at, the tallest one, 5,600 feet, we would agree that again that water would line up with the water level because the water level had risen to be equal with it.
Well, if he's at the top of the mountain and the water level also too is at the top of the mountain, those water levels would line up, wouldn't they?
Right. So what that seems to show is if we draw a horizontal high up off the surface, the horizon is below it. So it is not going to the vanishing point, the physical point at which the Earth stops being the Earth.
Why does it show that? Why does it show that? Like I said, Well, firstly, you are taking. Why do you think that a water level taking up a mountain, right, and you looking across that is going to line up with the horizon? Why would you actually think that?
It's a vanishing. If the horizon is the vanishing point of your eye, as if that's just where everything moves into a single point, then you should be able to point at it.
So this apparent horizon that you are trying to line it up with is in exactly the same position all the time, depending on weather conditions, blah blah blah, all the other bits and bobs thrown in there as well. You are going to expect that A to be in the same position all the time, and B, because you are actually going higher than the actual that body of water. Why wouldn't you expect that to be lower than the
Well,
water
think the
level that
train
you're
tracks.
lying on?
Think the train tracks perspective thing, but put the train tracks so they're up and down, and that's say land and sky. Do the train tracks ever truly meet?
Well, we know the answer to that. That was a rhetorical question, wasn't it?
Yeah. So what it will
Okay.
do is it'll appear to get closer and closer together, centering around our vision. Right, and it will get smaller and smaller, and if we zoom back we'd be able to pull it in, but it will just be centered around our vision. What we're seeing with this is that the horizon, as you go up, the horizon isn't the vanishing point of the eye. It's a point of Earth that you can tell is only a few hundred kilometers away most of the time, less than that for vast majority of the time. And
Right.
you can go there, and if you go there you'll see more. And what this shows is that if it was the vanishing point of your eye, the horizon, the water level should be bang on the crosshairs at every elevation, because as he goes up there's just more ocean, and there's more ocean, there's
Real.
more ocean.
So what law determines this, that the horizon is going to be really? So a drawing, right, is a law of reality.
No, perspective's not a drawing. It's just the
Well,
laws about what can
course.
the size things appear in relation to one another. And
Yeah.
There's no
So-
atmosphere in the drawing.
So things that appear to rise up towards the eye and down towards the eye, that law says they must meet at exactly eye level. Is that what the law says?
they'll appear to, they'll go away towards the point that is
Okay, I would like to see a citation where it says
It's
it
not a
has to
citation.
meet
This is
at
not something you do science on.
exactly at eye level, because I wouldn't have ever thought that it would have to meet at eye level. Me myself personally.
It's just
Well,
like
if we want to get specific with perspective projections, if you have a surface with no curvature or a flat surface idealized below you and above you, both of those will come to a point that is at eye level if the two surfaces are horizontal.
So that is taking in consideration everything that we're looking through. It is always going to come to eye level.
In my view, the amount the horizon changes at the view that at the altitude he's going to, and the massiveness of the angular size differential, I'm happy to throw out or give you, in whichever direction you so choose, the most extreme refraction possible. And I still don't think this is an effect you'll see.
Well, your refraction that can only be demonstrated over a planar surface for starters. I'm not invoking refraction whatsoever. The corridor that we look through and what it is affected by, I don't know. In any one of those images in that GIF, what is actually going on? You've just thrown together, or not you yourself, but whoever put the GIF together, right? 3 or 4 or half dozen random pictures there with absolutely no information on anything for starters. And like I said before, why would you expect it to line up at exactly eye level? I wouldn't expect them to line up at exactly eye level.
Okay, so let's go to a different example. And if I was on top of that mountain, 5,600 feet, and the sun set, and it set into the ocean, altitude-wise, absolute height, how high is the sun as it sets into the ocean?
how high is the sun?
Right. If it's at the vanishing point, it will never
Silly
set into
question.
the horizon, will it?
Well, the sun is moving further and further away, so it will appear to get lower and lower and lower. Now, how high is the sun? I don't know how high the sun is.
Okay,
myself.
so if it's getting
I've got
further and
absolutely
further away,
no idea.
okay, so if the sun's just getting further and further away, but isn't getting closer to the surface you're on, in terms of your perspective, how can it cross from what is your eye level to horizontal? How could it, if you imagine he's still got his water levels there, how can it set below him when that horizontal line you're pointing out would be above the entirety of the setting sun?
He's not. Can I actually? He's not. It's not. He's. Let me just get in there. Look, he's not. It's not setting below him like you're making out. It's moving away. He's on a mountain, high altitude, looking out. The sun is always roughly, according to Samuel Rowbotham and J. Tolman Media 1, between 3,000 to 5,000 miles. That's where it's up there. I haven't measured it to confirm it, but I'm going to take those numbers. Okay, so that's where the sun is. It's always up there. So it may be appearing to go down, but it's in the sky.
So it's always up there. The question's more for Bansor, if that's okay, Jen. The question for Bansor is when he's got those water levels that show that
when I'm looking at.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on, writing. Yeah, Gene, your mic is really bad, mate. I don't know what's. Gene, can you hear me? Gene, your mic is really bad, buddy. You gotta fix it. It's clipping. It's cutting in and out. All right, so fix your mic up, buddy.
Can I not just let me?
No,
get
we can't. We can't hear you. Gene,
Can I get
we
my
can't
chain
hear
of
you
thought
because we're only getting every second or third word.
Is it possible?
So is he, Bandy. Just tell him in the chat.
Is it possible right now? Mic check.
He doesn't read the text chat.
Mic check. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you hear me now?
Okay, make your point.
Can you hear me now?
Yes
or no?
You are good.
Let's
Thank
just get
you.
it out of the way.
I'm just trying to say that
when it out of the way. Come on.
Yeah, quick. Thank you. Yeah, when the sun is moving away from us, it's still in the sky. It's not going down anywhere. It remains in the sky. Angle of resolution and its perspective. That's all it is. Okay, it's always in the sky. It's not going down anywhere.
Says that the angular resolution should shrink. That's what we're talking about, mate.
It does shrink. There are times when it does shrink.
Are things like true or false now? For every other object you can confirm is getting further from you, does it or does it not get smaller while it does so? Every other object you know that you can confirm is moving away from you gets smaller as it does so. True or false?
It would depend on the medium on the day, on the ocean in particular. On land, yeah.
So are you saying on some days on the ocean, things
on
get
the
further
ocean
away,
now,
and
it's a
as they
different
get
thing.
further away, they appear to get bigger? Is that what you're saying? Is that really what you're saying? Come on, come back, Bandy. We were having a conversation.
Yeah. I'm here.
If the sun's sitting below you,
I'm not saying that at all.
plane,
That's not
and
what
the
I'm
sun's
saying.
at, say Jin's altitude of 3,000 meters, how can it set below your local horizontal? How can it be way above you in the sky? Because that would effectively be the train tracks crossing over. The left track sometimes appearing to be further right than the right track. And I don't think we ever see anything even approaching that anywhere in our existence. That
don't know.
Defies all logic.
What are you trying to prove here?
Trying to prove that I can have a conversation with Bansor, and you'll respect that. And
chain of thought. Where are you going with this?
Demonstrate.
Are we getting to a destination?
Well, no, we're not. Gene.
Are we getting to
just hang back? Hang back.
Yeah. Are we getting to a destination?
All right, your mic's really, Gene. You've got to fix your mic, mate.
I was saying earlier, you can use your senses to discern that the Earth.
I've got to mute you, buddy. You got to fix your mic and then ping me, and then I'll unmute you again. All right. So fix your mic and then let me know when it's all fixed, please. Thank you. I just kill the chat?
So what do you think about that series of assertions, Bansor? That
What?
water level is creating a straight, flat plane or line, if you want, plane probably, that shows what horizontal is, and the sun sets at its same angular size below that.
Does it? I don't know.
Yes,
I haven't seen.
sets into the ocean.
I haven't seen that the sun's setting below it. Where have we got that? Have you got a GIF to show that too?
Come on, Bansor. I'm showing you one GIF of a sun setting into the ocean and another GIF that includes a guy making water level above the ocean.
Oh
I
well,
think you can do the. You can
it may have
put the two
scrolled
together.
up. I've lost it. I'm trying to find the GIF again.
And look at my
Right.
stream and you'll see my screen.
Oh, it's on your stream. Oh,
It's also in the chat.
Right. It would be fair to assume that where the horizon is, that's where the sun's going to end up setting at some point.
Yeah,
Are
we're
you
not
showing?
we're not going to get into the territory of does the sun still set if you go up hills, are we?
Are you showing the same GIF as the guy on the mountain at the beach up the mountain? Is that the one?
Yeah, so the guy goes up the beach and you can see at his medium height
Yeah.
one that is over the
Yeah.
ocean. We're going to
Yeah.
accept that the sun would set into that ocean if he was looking west.
Well, I'm not saying no. I don't say the sun is setting into the ocean at all. Not at all. Right? Because
Okay,
obviously
so
it doesn't. Because then I don't know. There'd be lots of steam and stuff if it actually did set into the ocean.
fair enough.
I'm gathering.
You are the water expert. I will have to defer to you on that.
Just a hunch. I don't know. No, I don't want to experience that one myself. So we know. So we know it ain't setting into the ocean at all, right? We know that for a fact. Okay. So,
Point taken. I won't say that again.
yeah, but it.
What would you say? It appears to be setting behind the ocean. Is the only other way I could say that.
Look, I will grant you, right, and I think anyone would grant you that at times it does appear to be slotting into the ocean like a 20-cent piece into a money box type of thing. Boom, bang.
Great description.
Well, that's what it kind of looks like. That's what it looks like at times, right? But at times, it definitely doesn't look like that at all. Like I'm very fortunate where I am.
Which would you say the cleanest? Do you have any clean examples of this? Because I've heard this before. Sometimes it appears to get dimmer. Do you have any that aren't super cloudy and are using like a filter or something?
Do I have? Well, you know what? I took a photo once and put it up there, and I got dragged through the ringer because I didn't use a filter. Because you have to use a filter every time you take a picture of the sun. Well, it was the sunset actually, but I've taken and I see the sunset all the time. Sometimes it looks like a mushroom or a nuclear explosion. Sometimes it does appear, and I have seen it once where it does appear, but it was kind of hazy too, so there was some sort of filtration in the air itself where it did appear to get smaller and smaller and smaller almost. It was quite eerie actually. You know how sometimes you see things and it gives you that kind of eerie sort of feeling.
Yeah,
yeah. But
so how often would you say
a lot of times I would say that it kind of looks like a 20-cent piece going into a money box, right? I would say that that's what it does look like. I've seen it look like a football too.
It gets sometimes squishy, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think my avatar. I think it's this avatar. It might have been my last one, which looks a bit like a football shape, which or a hamburger shape type of thing. I see that quite regularly actually. The hamburger shape. It just gets to a point, right, where it just disappears. Like the light can no longer get to you, right? It struggle. It's like a Snope skidoo or whatever you call them, right? So you can have nice tight packed snow and you're going across the top of it nice and easy. You're doing 30-40K across the top of the snow, but then all of a sudden when it snows and it's all light and fluffy, you're struggling to get through it. You know, you're doing about bloody 5 kilometers an hour. Well, that's pretty much like light. And then you just come to a dead halt, right? You hit a big soft spot, and then you can't go any further.
Where does the
That's
halt
pretty.
start? Because that's the thing with light. My conception of it is things are, well, until I joined Flat Earth, I thought things are exactly where I see them. I knew on days with mirages and stuff and bendy mirrors and actual pools and stuff, that's a different thing. But I didn't know anything about the horizon moving. That was totally
No.
new.
Yeah, same.
So
Like, I obviously knew about refraction and that sort of stuff in water. You know, with fish or whatever the case may be. I knew about those sorts of things. I knew about mirages. You know, whether you were in the middle of the desert or sometimes you see them over water. But I never really put, any of that together with what I was looking at in it. At a great distance. Not until you kind of come to this realm and you start thinking about things, writing. And when you start to think about these sorts of things and light in particular, like do you think light just goes on forever and just doesn't stop, or do you
Well,
think
I think this. I was trying to think of how to say that before. I
Mm,
think Newton's things will keep doing what they're doing until something's applied to them, or whatever that law was. I think is actually a pretty interesting normal law,
mhm,
which is like that rock will stay there until something causes it to not be there anymore or not be a rock anymore.
yeah,
Like so things will get dimmer, sounds will get quieter as they go away. But if a sound goes from loud to suddenly quiet, like it stops, then I would go, oh, somebody closed a door or something, the conditions changed. And
yeah, yeah,
so to me, if something's already got a path of getting less in a linear fashion, I would expect it same, which is remarkably similar to like the forces like magnetism, gravity, brightness of light,
mhm, mhm,
all sorts of things. That inverse square law is for a bunch of things,
yeah,
just because it fans out into space. What am I trying to say? So for it to go dimmer, 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 and then suddenly stop or turn sharply or bend, I expect there to be a drastic change somewhere, like it hits another medium or something and then goes boing like it does in a swimming pool. So
yeah.
maybe it could happen, but I think it would need, if it was doing one thing and then it changed what thing it was doing, I would say it's probably an outside force or like
Yeah,
thin effect.
I don't think light stops, bang, like hits a brick wall. Like, it just fades out gently, right? So that's what happens, and it just loses enough um, energy, I suppose, to continue through that medium, right? So, you know, and
So
the more that medium it is traveling through, some of that light will get through, right, and some of it won't, right. So then it starts to get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, till you get to the point where none of it, kind of will get through, and that's when you get pretty much complete darkness. But when you don't see the sun in the sky, like you can no longer see it. You still have, there's a word for it in the morning and in the evening where you see light and there's no sun in the sky, like pre-dawn and pre-dark or
Twilight.
pre-dusk. Yeah,
yeah.
there you go,
So
doofus. Like,
so then
so
what if this is vanishing light, have you ever seen upward shadows? So
you mean
this
up, upward shadows?
this guy standing on this hill here would, if he saw the sun set like that, and I've seen it rise like this, it creates upward shadows. And if it's cloudy and the sun can get in, it can show mountains that are kind of flipped and create a shadow on the clouds that are above them.
Mm.
And
Do
if
they?
light gets, yeah,
Well,
it's pretty
well,
cool. I mean, you can,
well,
somebody can probably find some images of it. I
yeah, no,
saw it in,
doofus has just dropped one. Now I've seen other images themselves, and I can't remember what channel that I actually saw it on, but some of those mountains are on through the cloud too, like higher than the cloud, and the actual shadow is on top of the cloud. That's what you're seeing.
Yeah. So what I would say is, for that to happen, according to my understanding of light, which is it pretty much straight, unless something drastic happens, changes, it goes pretty much straight with tiny bits of bending. Its bending is, that's what I would say. Its bending is proportional to its change of state or what it's going through. And if I think it's roughly fairly uniform, which is the surface of Earth, like there is a gradient, but it's fairly uniform, then I would say that light would have to be coming down from the horizon, from somewhere above the horizon, because the Earth goes dark every time the sun goes behind it, upwards to the tip of that mountain, and then further upwards, because it's got to, if you draw a line between the sea level and that mountain, we know it must be up towards the mountain. And then what we can see clearly in the photo is the clouds are above that. So
you know that if you're in an airplane and looking down on these, it looks completely different than looking down from the ground to above.
Try and check that out, actually. I'm about to take my first flights of like 2
Please
years
pay
or
attention
something.
to it. You should have somebody, so when you go on your flight, have somebody down on the ground and do it like at a sunset or a sunrise or whatever. Have them filming what it looks like from down on the ground. Have the people up in the plane filming what it looks like up above, and you will see. I know people that are pilots, and I've done this, like the little tiny planes, whatever, the ones that do acrobatic stuff or whatever, out in Morgan Hill in California, and it's perspective. Like the light, this has nothing to do with, I don't think, the shape of the Earth, or it's just perspective. Like if you're down on the ground, it looks a certain way. If you're up above, it looks a different way. I think
in this particular example, in this particular example, the clouds and the mountain are not next to each other directly. There is a brief moment where you can see the cloud is above the mountain, and then the shadow starts.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
It does a bit. It does.
No.
Because,
if you're in an airplane that's above the clouds and you're on the ground, it doesn't matter if the cloud is touching the mountain and the airplane is above the cloud, and then somebody's on the ground. Like, no, it doesn't. It's perspective, and there's going to be all these little, it doesn't matter if I'm 2 miles up the mountain.
What that shows you,
perspective.
Like, come on.
What that shows you is that the entirety of the mountain is below the cloud, that there's no part of the mountain that is above the cloud.
And I think trying to determine the shape of the Earth on how we think light behaves or doesn't behave,
Exactly.
I think we're falling really short, because I don't think we have any idea how light behaves. No, I don't think we have a very good understanding.
Hang on.
Not really.
We're on a platform that transmits data via light.
Binoculars and
that's
monitors.
That's lenses. That's not how light actually behaves. That's not how light.
Lighthouses.
Yeah, so lenses.
It does that via light. And in fact, we're on a communications platform that transits data via light.
How light actually behaves.
Like, I think we do know a fair bit about how light works. I think that it is very, very, very well understood how light works compared to many other things in life. We know that we can make reflective surfaces that will bounce light in particular ways. We know that you can make light in a whole variety of different ways.
Yeah, but people don't even really understand that. They don't
in particular ways such that you can make lasers out of it.
Reflection versus reflective versus mirage versus mirroring versus, people don't even get that. They don't. People think that they do, but I don't think they truly do.
Our entire conversation.
Hold on. Doofus is trying to get in.
Yeah, sorry, Doofus.
Our entire conversation is occurring at some point in the chain as light. The data that we send to this platform that we're having a conversation on is going across as light. We do understand how light works.
And all theories of light have been done with planar geometry.
That doesn't make
sense. That's not true.
Oh, yes, it is true. Oh, yes, it is.
You're not able to describe what this geometry you're talking about is.
Well, planar geometry, obviously.
It's just a made-up thing. I've asked you what it is, and you can't describe it. You're like, get the experts onto it. I'm like, get the experts onto what? Unless you can define it, we don't know what they're getting onto it. You keep saying planar. So
you have heard me talk about it many a time, right? And it's very evident.
I think Shines is right. It's just perspective. So I can make a perspective drawing and show you the vanishing point of my vision that's also on the horizon of a ball and the sun setting as Bandy described it, like a 20-cent piece slotting into a thing.
There
and
you
I
go.
can do that because not just because that's the vanishing point of my eye, but because
we're in that position.
Going behind something. Now, if I saw the vanishing point, this is what perspective tells me. This is laws of perspective, they say. And what that would mean is as I get further away, I'll stay closer to wherever if let's say I've got a like fixed point in my vision, which is like here, it's this big, which I'll show you what that means.
You can't put the laws of perspective into what light does at all. You can't. Do that.
Laws of, what do you mean? This is
Just,
how I would draw a street
I was very,
scene.
I
You
was
most
very
certainly
clear
can.
Okay.
with
I'm
what I
sorry.
said.
I'm sorry. I'm not talking about the
about-
sun. I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about me. Hi, it's me. Okay. I'm not talking about the sun. Now this is how my head would work. Oh fuck, my face is going to stay there. As I walk away from you, I will get. Oh my, the back button is an annoying place on my mouse. As I walk away from you, my head will get smaller and closer to the same sort of position down there. And it will keep converging towards this line, but it will never cross that line. And the closer it gets to that point at which it vanishes, my head by that stage will be but a prick. Right? We'd all agree that, wouldn't we?
I would say that, I think that you got the point that yes, it is perspective, right? Like, okay, so if I'm down on the ground, if I'm up in the sky, if I'm here, if I'm there, I'm all these different places, that yeah, it can be viewed this way, it can be viewed that way, it can be viewed this way. But I think that it's a separate conversation. What Bandsaw is saying is something even more deep that, we can't really say what light is doing. So we can say that, yeah, it is our perspective that we're seeing it this way and that it can happen this way, it can happen that way. But we truly aren't understanding what light is. And that's why we're able to see it in all these different freaking ways. Otherwise, if we knew what light was actually doing and we knew for a fact that this is exactly what light was doing, there would not be like an A, B, or C. It would be like, this is what light is doing.
Yeah,
this is
I
how
think this is what
surprised you to know.
I think you're 100% right. This is what light is doing. And the only way perspective, without changing massively from all of the places we can see it, can keep the sun at the same distance and going, as Bandsaw described, like a 20-cent piece into a coin slot, is if it goes round a ball. So either light does what you expect and we live on a ball, or light doesn't do what we expect. But if light doesn't do what we expect, we throw out all of the black swan or everything that relies on light behaving in predictable ways. So every long distance flat earth observation goes out the window because you're saying we don't know what light does. We can't trust perspective.
No, but it's not even like what we trust for perspective and like we can't trust what we know light is doing. I mean, I think that's even taking it a bit far. Like that's already saying that you know what light does. So
well, I think we do. I think we've got a very good idea. Don't we have a
I
pretty good idea?
I think that we have some ideas. Yeah, I think that we have some really great ideas. But I think that there is also a lot of variables, a lot of things that people aren't talking about, a lot of things that people don't know that we don't know, a lot of all these other variables that we should start talking about to start getting a deeper understanding instead of just being like, you know what, we already have a really good idea of what light does, so we know what light does. And that's what's happening right now. We have a great idea of what light does. This is what light does. This is how we know that light is doing what it's doing. And therefore, anybody that says that light is doing something that goes against what light is doing, then they're idiots for saying that light is doing that.
Well, keep in mind that there are people that keep in mind that there are actually people who utilize the knowledge of optics to complete actual work and get work done. Optics is not some big mystery. We don't know what light is doing. We definitely know what light is doing.
My father-in-law helped build the Hubble telescope, was top security for clearance, and we had many conversations before he passed away where he was like, yeah, it is that I am like stuck in my cubicle. You can't talk to anybody. Like you go in there, you have to relinquish everything that you have on you. You go into your little clean room, you work on what you're working on, then you leave. He was in many different astronomical whatever. I can give you guys his name in private if you guys want to talk to me about this. Me and him had conversations, and he basically, before he got ALS, he passed away from ALS. I got a few, like it was probably like 2.5, almost 3 years that me and him got to sit down and have these hard conversations when we had time away from his wife, who's like hardcore, like Star Trek. It's a globe, like can't talk about anything. He was very open and willing to talk to me about all these kinds of things and about flat earth and about like what things could possibly be. And he was very open to it. And he was like, this is, I've never talked to anybody like this before. This is really fascinating. Like these are all things that could be, this is a variable and that is a variable and it could be this or it could be that. Like he was honest. He was an honest human being who was a great optics engineer. And even he, as an optics engineer, understood that there was a lot that we do not understand about optics. Like that was what fascinated him so much about optics and like wanted him to grow in optics and keep studying this, is like what more can we figure out? We're basing it off the human eye. Well, what about
Okay,
this?
so
Could that be better? Come
And
on, be
and
honest.
the laws of perspective are fine if you're drawing a picture, a painting, these sorts of things. Even building, whatever the case may be. Right, these things can be fine, but when you then want to apply them, right, exactly the same to what we see, right, with our eyes, that's where these quote unquote laws fall short, because we don't know what light is doing.
But
Perfectly.
I've got to go for dinner now.
Yeah.
But are we fixing anything, or are we changing light to match a flat Earth? Are you fixing anything that's broken in optics, which we claim we've got laws about, and people who work on Hubble telescope and stuff, absolute boffins, don't appear to have a problem that you're solving for them. It appears that the optics need to change in order to match flat Earth. And all I'm saying is that is incompatible with all long distance observations. All of those must be thrown out to make this assertion.
No.
We don't know what we mean when we talk about the horizon.
Well, when you're talking about telescopes and binoculars and glasses and all that sort of stuff, you're talking about lenses that we look through to see things. All right.
Yeah, to bend light really
to make
paths.
to
all right,
well,
I've got to go.
yeah.
Sorry.
All right, man. We'll take it up again another day.
Yeah, we'll take it another time. Love you all and lovely chat.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, I think it would render all the observations and laser tests and everything just bunk.
Well, you've got to do it over spherical geometry.
What? No, why?
Why wouldn't you? You do it all over planar geometry, all your observations with and tests with lasers and all that sort of stuff. You just do it over planar geometry all the time.
How do you use geometry when doing those observations?
Well, when you're doing any sort of test and all that sort of stuff, you're using planar geometry to do all
How do you
these
apply
things.
geometry to the tests?
What do you mean? How do you apply it? What do you set it up in? And planar environment, which is using planar geometry. Obviously.
No, it's in 3 dimensions. It's done in 3 dimensions, so it's not planar.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yes it is. 100% it is.
Yep. A plane is 3-dimensional.
Yep.
Oh, I think we're done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's not a good way to go, Bandy.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna.
He knows. He knows what I mean, doofus.
No, but I don't. That's the problem, because if I do a laser, if I do a laser, can answer? So if I do a laser,
and then when you're drawing how light behaves, right, you're definitely doing that in orthographic planar geometry.
No, that's still not planar.
Well, it kind of is, isn't it?
Well, no.
Well, it is. It's a flat surface now when you're drawing it.
But I'm not. If I'm doing a laser test, I'm not drawing anything.
Well, yeah, you're using that in a planar environment.
No, the Earth isn't a planar environment.
Yeah, you are.
No, but I'm not. If I take a laser and I point it at a direction horizontally, how is it? How is that planar geometry?
Just that. You're
Just
using
that.
horizontals. Yeah, you're shooting it. All your tests are done over in planar environments.
No, but there's three
Horizontal
dimensions.
planar environments.
No, it's X, Y, and
They're not done in spherical or curved environments.
no,
None of these
no. But
tests.
do you mean Euclidean geometry when you talk about planar?
Well, we can talk Euclidean, whatever technical word you want to go with. I'm happy to go with that one, mailman. I'm happy to go with whatever word.
No, but in your planar geometry, are there any shapes?
In my
Yeah.
planar geometry or my Euclidean geometry, are there shapes?
Yeah.
Of course there's shapes. 100%
Okay,
there's shapes.
then there's 3 dimensions.
And I'm waiting for the
That
punchline.
it's not planar. It's 3 dimensions.
I'm waiting for the punchline.
Yeah, it's not planar geometry. It's just 3 dimensions.
Well, you're working over horizontal environments, right?
No, that's not.
Well, you kind of are. You kind of are.
Kind of. Not because, but we don't land. It's not horizontal.
Well, you don't do them over curved or spherical environments. Any of these tests.
That's your assumption.
We never have been. Right? Never have been.
Well, we have, but I mean, you can say that we haven't.
Well, can you show me one where you've done this?
Sure, you can go to LIGO, check the blueprints, and see that the surface of the Earth is curving.
We can go to LIGO and we can check that the surface of the Earth is curving.
Yeah, the mean sea level is curving in relation to the LIGO.
So LIGO has curved arms, does it?
No, they're straight arms. That's why
they're straight arms.
Yeah, if you want it to work, they better be straight.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that myself, Doofus. I was kind of thinking you'd want them to be straight.
Right, but the altitude on each end of the arm versus the middle of the arms changes.
Yeah.
But if the thing is supposed to work, right? But if the thing's supposed to work, the arms should be straight.
You would hope they would. That they are straight. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So there's a problem.
Well, why is there a problem that the arms are straight?
If the arms are straight and the altitudes are different at the ends versus the middle, then the curved surface of the Earth is the only reasonable explanation. Or you have to assume that the thing isn't straight anymore.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You can't build a straight arm. That'd be one of the easiest things to build. I would have thought. You wouldn't have to take the curvature into consideration at all. Not at all.
Let's try to be very clear with this. The as-builts, the diagrams for this whole thing, the altitude for each of the arms, the ends and the middle differ. The altitude above mean sea level is not fitting a flat surface.
Okay.
So either the arms are straight and the surface of the Earth is curved, or the arms are curved and the surface of the Earth is flat. So which one are you going to go with?
I'm going to go with the arm is straight myself, but the curvature of the Earth has got what to do with what? With that straight arm, you've still, I don't know, you're lost in some paradox, some conundrum.
I'm pretty sure I'm not the one who's lost here. The altitude of the arms, the ends of the arms, and the middle of the arm follows a curve, or the arms aren't straight. Which one do you want to go with?
Well, like I told you, I'm going to go with the arm is straight myself. Right?
Okay, then the surface of the Earth is curved.
No. That's you just jumped to a conclusion, right?
It's the same piece of data, man.
Arm straight equals Earth curved. No, that doesn't work out at all.
It does, because the ends of the arms are following a curved datum.
They follow a curved datum. So now
In
the
sea
arm is
level.
curved. It's curved now, the arm, because it follows a curved datum.
Oh, that's not what he said.
Right. The elevations of the arms at the ends differs from the elevation at the middle. So the datum that they are against is curved and the arm is straight, or the arm is curved and the datum is straight. Which one are you going with?
Okay, so I don't know. I reckon the arm's pretty damn straight if you want to fire a laser down it. Number one, right? So you'd want to make it sure it's pretty
So mean
straight.
sea level is curved then.
No, you just jump
Yes.
into a
If
conclusion.
the arm is straight, mean sea level is curved. That's the only
Not at
option
all.
you have.
Not at all. Not at all. Right? Why wouldn't you build your straight arm, right, from a datum point A and build it from that datum point A? Be very easy, actually, very easy to build it perfectly straight from your datum point being A.
How would
Wouldn't
you do it?
be difficult at
So,
all.
Bandsaw, quick question. So why were LIGO arms constructed the way they were then?
What, straight? So they can fire a laser down them.
I think you're missing the point.
Or whatever they do. I think they fire a laser.
It's the construction.
Right,
Bandsaw. That's the point you're missing.
To construct them, you work from your datum point, point A, and you are building them horizontal and level from that point A to get them perfectly
You're missing a
straight.
key point though.
That's how you would do
Bandsaw,
it.
you're missing a key point about the construction. Doofus, can you tell him again, please?
All right. The altitude, let's give some numbers to this. At each end of the arms, the ends of the arms are 64 feet above mean sea level. And the middle of the arm is 63 feet above mean sea level. So either the arm is a very slight U shape and not straight, or the surface of the Earth, mean sea level, the surface that it's referenced against, is curved. Those are your only two options. There are no third option.
Oh, 100%. There's probably third, fourth, and fifth options right there. It is perfectly straight because they want to fire a laser down this thing. I think that's what they do. They fire lasers down them. So they're going to be perfectly straight.
So that means the Earth underneath it is curved. Then.
One quick question. Like this sea. Like how close is it to LIGO? Like how close is it? Is it like right next door? Like how far away from it is it?
What the hell
are you denying
sea level?
Are you denying the construction?
He's now denying that.
I'm not denying any construction whatsoever.
Okay, so when it says, so the thing I posted in the chat says LIGO's arms aren't long enough that the curvature of the Earth was a factor in their construction. So is that a lie?
Yep. It's all over their website. I've been onto their website where they say they took the curvature of the Earth into
So why would they do that? Why would they have to do that?
So my question that I just asked, how close is the sea to LIGO? Not very close. I wouldn't imagine. It's not all that close. So they're probably not going to use that as a reference point for starters, right? They are going to break ground. They are going to put a datum point in at point A, and they are going to work from that datum point at point A, and they're going to get it perfectly horizontal and level from point A. And all they're going to take into consideration from point A is the topography underneath that horizontal level line going all the way out, and they are either going to build the piers higher or lower to hold that arm all the way so it is perfectly straight so that they can shoot the laser right down through the center of it. That's how you would do it. That's how you'd go about any construction whatsoever.
Why would the ends be taller than the middle?
What do you mean, why would they be taller than the middle? What the hell
Yeah,
is
they're
the
higher above
topography?
mean sea level.
What is the topography underneath those arms? I've got no idea what the topography is. It probably undulates or probably goes up and down all over the place. That's why you have to have a datum point.
claims
That's
about
why
it,
you have
though.
to work from a datum point, right? So you can get things straight and level and
So
horizontal.
do you think were
you
the
work from
engineers
a datum point.
incorrect? So were the engineers, when they built this, were they incorrect about the construction?
Oh, they were probably very, very correct when they worked from a datum point,
Okay.
point A, and got horizontal from that very first point and went all the way along to make sure it was straight. They were probably very, very correct.
But for some reason, they had to take Earth's curvature into account. Why would they have to do that?
They wouldn't have taken it into
Why?
consideration whatsoever. Not
Why would they
one
have to do
little
that?
bit. Because you
So
wouldn't
are
have
they
to
lying?
if you are building a straight line, right, that is going to be horizontal from point A, right, or whatever angle you are going to build at, but I'm going to presume this thing is horizontal from point A, right? You only need point A as your reference point. You do not need any other reference point. You don't need a mean sea level. You don't need any of these things. You build it from point A and you work out from point A all the way till you get to point Z. That is how any construction is done.
And so
Singular
why would they have
initial
to?
datum point.
So are you saying that on the website that they posted, are you saying that they are incorrect when they say they took the curvature of the Earth into account? Are they incorrect or are they lying about it?
Yeah, I'm saying you don't have to at all to get it perfectly straight and horizontal. You do
No,
not have
no,
to
that's not
worry
the question
the
I asked. That's
curvature
not the
of the
question I asked.
Earth at all. Right?
Keep in
That's not
mind
the
that
question I asked.
I don't actually care what they put on the website because in reality, to actually construct it perfectly straight, level, and horizontal from point A, you do not have to take anything into consideration other than your initial datum point. That's all you have to take
So
into
how come?
consideration.
So how come the elevations were different?
Tell me, Earth, why would you have to take, right, the curvature of the Earth into consideration if you are
Because if
working
you're trying,
from, no, hold on, let me finish my question. Why would you have to take the curvature of the Earth into consideration when your datum point A is what is being built from horizontal, from that particular point?
because
Right?
if you're
So
trying to make something that's perfectly straight, right, then the elevation at each point would be exactly the same. But in this case, it's not.
No.
And would it surprise you
Do you
that
know anything? Do you know anything about? Hold on, well, I'm going to deal with B-ball first, and then I'll get to you, Doofus. Do you know anything about
Deal with me.
construction whatsoever?
I don't. I don't.
Okay,
I don't. Do
okay,
you?
okay. Yeah, I
Do
do
you? Do
actually.
you?
I do
Okay.
actually.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I've got a lot of experience. All right. So you work from an initial datum point. Right. A surveyor
Okay.
will actually set up datum points for you to work from. Okay, then, but they work from an initial datum point, 0.0, right? 0.0, right? That's what
And
they
that will
do.
be a specific. And that will be a specific elevation above sea level, right?
Sorry, I wasn't concentrating.
That datum point will be a specific elevation above sea level, right?
The datum point, sea level's got nothing to do with anything, right? Why is sea level got to do with anything? Right? Unless you actually want to construct this thing a particular height above mean sea level. So the owners of this LIGO said, you know what, we want this thing built exactly 1,000 feet above mean sea level. Well, then you would take it into consideration. Otherwise, you don't give a fat rat's clacker about mean sea level at all.
exactly what they ended up doing though? Because every datum point has mean sea level on it.
Doesn't make any difference whatsoever whether or not they have mean sea level on it. Doesn't make any difference whatsoever to the construction of what they did.
Because that's how they figured out how they were going to build it in the first place. They wanted all their elevations against the datum that they had locally, which was against mean sea level.
Really? So
Yes.
their datum was taken off a datum point 10 kilometers away, was it? or wherever that mean sea level datum point is, because they're not everywhere. They're not on every street corner, these datum points, are they?
They all have mean sea level on them, regardless of where they are.
Really? So regardless of where they are, you are then going to shoot that datum point from the next county over because the owners of LIGO all of a sudden wanted it X amount of feet above mean sea level.
They didn't have to do it specifically for LIGO because, as I said, every datum point, regardless of where it is, has mean sea level on it already.
Why? Why they got mean sea level on every single datum point? For what reason? What's the purpose of having mean sea level, which could actually fluctuate a little bit from area to area too, right? They're not
It's
consistent all
mean
over the
sea
place,
level.
right? So
It means sea level.
why would you even have mean sea level on any of the footings on LIGO when you were building it? For what reason? What's the purpose of having mean sea level on any of the of any of the footings along the LIGO arm?
Was that for the
Because
construction?
all of the points from which surveyors operate from already have, I'll say this one more time, they already have mean sea level on them long before LIGO existed.
Mean sea level has nothing to do with anything when you were constructing something, unless what you are constructing, unless what you are constructing is going to be lower than mean sea level. You may want to know that you are below mean sea level in case of flooding, blah blah blah, this sort of stuff, right? But if it's got nothing to do with anything, right, you're just throwing out stuff there, right, that has got nothing to do with anything, doofus. Mean sea level has nothing to do with the construction of LIGO. They work from point A and they go out to point Z, right? They don't worry
Sure
about
about that, Dan Song? That's a bold claim.
100%. 100%.
Right, they had to define at some point.
100%. I'll make a claim on that. Definitely, I'll make a claim on it.
They had to define at some point where they wanted the tubes to be relative to the surface around them. The best way that they had to do this was to reference a local datum point, which, as I said before, already had mean sea level on it long before LIGO was even a thought.
And your point being about mean sea level, you keep on reverting back to this mean sea level when they were building it. Why did they need to start LIGO, right, at whatever altitude above mean sea level? What was the reason for it?
All right, the plans that they needed to make ahead of time in order to build it appropriately, because they had to put concrete out there before they could lay the tubes to be straight, those plans referenced the datum for mean sea level so they could have the accurate altitudes at all points along the tube.
What was the point at point A, right?
I'll ask it again. Ask it again, see if my answer will change.
Sea level,
ask
right?
the same question again and see if my answer will change.
You're throwing in mean sea level, which has got nothing to do with anything, because you're starting from point A, and that's where your horizontal is going to start from, and it's going to shoot straight across the land until you get to point Z, and that's the only datum point that you care about whatsoever.
All right, so let me try this again, since you didn't seem to listen last time. The data that they had to work with, they had mean sea level to start with. They wanted the altitudes above mean sea level in order to figure out what altitude above mean sea level that piece of concrete for that specific spot in the tube had to be at so that the tubes would be straight by the time they were done building the thing.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Now
yes.
you got absolutely nothing to back that up whatsoever. Right? They are going to work from datum point A, and that's what they're going to reference back to every single time, all the way along that arm.
Yeah, we've got nothing except the actual as-built the actual blueprints, right? Nothing to back it up except the blueprints, what they actually used to build them.
Because the blueprints say there is curvature of the Earth there, means they actually took in the curvature of the Earth to build this.
It's your word against theirs. It's your word against theirs.
Oh,
so,
well,
good luck
I'll
with
tell you
that.
what. Yeah, good luck with that, right? You guys just like come to nothing with the party because you know nothing. You got no experience in construction whatsoever. You're just reading some rubbish off a website, right? And just throwing it into the
When in
argument
doubt,
without
just deny
actually
it.
having no experience in construction whatsoever, which you've already admitted. You've got no
When
experience
in
in
doubt, yeah,
construction.
when in doubt, just deny it. It's okay.
Right. What you're saying at this point is that the plans that they've published, the as-built plans with reference to mean sea level, must be incorrect or inaccurate or fake in some way. That's your current argument.
Did I say at all that that thing wasn't dead straight and horizontal from point A? Did I ever say that? I actually said probably
If
the
you say
opposite.
that there's
Yeah, I said it is dead straight and horizontal from datum point A and going out from that. That is what I claimed.
right, if you say that it is straight and that mean sea level is a flat surface, therefore the plans must be wrong. That's your current argument. That's your current position.
My current position, it is horizontal to point A, and that's what they built it from, right? And the topography underneath that datum point is what the topography is going to be, and they would have built those piers up or down all the way along it to hold that arm all the way along.
And then there wouldn't be a difference in there wouldn't be a difference in the measurements along the tubes.
If you are building it from your datum point, right, you would damn well hope that if you want it horizontal and you're using your datum point, right, that it would be.
Well, for some reason, the middle is shorter than the ends.
The middle is shorter than
Lower.
the ends.
Lower
Lower
altitude
than the
in reference to
So,
mean sea level.
so the middle of the arm is closer to the topography of the Earth than the ends of the arm.
It's closer to mean sea level.
Oh my God, a revelation that there is actually Earth that is closer to the middle of the arm and further away at the ends of the arm. Oh, bang.
Okay,
And
but
now
it's
all of a
closer to
sudden
mean sea
we
level
have
because that's what the plans actually say.
Earth curvature
I
there
get it, but the problem is you want to lie about what the plans say.
I haven't lied
Hold
about
on.
anything.
You want to say what you want to lie about what the plans actually say. What the plans actually say. Right. What the plans actually say is that the middle of the arm is closer to the mean sea level surface, not the surface of the topography. Don't make that claim again, because the plans actually say that it's closer to mean sea level in the middle.
What I said was they don't have to take in mean sea level at all when building this bloody thing, unless the thing was going to be lower than mean sea level. Then you'd probably want to know, in case of flooding or any of these type of things, you might want to build a dike around the thing, for all I know, to keep the water out, right? But unless
You keep saying that they don't care about mean sea level when the plans specifically use altitudes against mean sea level.
Why did they want to build this thing?
Oh my God, you're on
At
repeat.
reference point A at a particular height above mean sea level. What was the purpose for that?
So that before they built the damn thing, they would know the tubes would end up being straight.
Really?
Yes.
No.
I've said this so many times over and over again.
You don't need to know that at all. You only need to know your
because
initial
for
reference
fuck's
point.
sake,
That is
dude.
all you need to know. That's all you need to know is your initial reference point, point A. That's all you need to know. Don't need to know anything.
Yes, and their reference points that they used had mean sea level on them because the plans referenced mean sea level.
So that very first reference point where they put mean sea level, that very first one, why did they have to build it X amount of feet or meters or whatever you want to call it above mean sea level? What was the purpose of that?
So that when they finally got each point, when they were building each point, when they were building this thing, before the tubes existed there, they wanted to know that the emplacement that they were making, the concrete that the tubes were eventually going to sit on, were going to be such that the tubes would end up being straight.
You don't need to know mean sea level at all for that.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
You don't need to know it.
That's what they used ahead of time. That's what they used ahead of time before they started making everything. That's what they used ahead of time before they started making anything in order to determine how the tubes would end up being straight.
So when they surveyed it, right? They needed to know mean sea level. They didn't need to know their first initial datum point at all.
The
Right? That
datum
wasn't
point
important
has
at all.
mean sea level on it.
Why? For why? Why do they have to build it X amount of feet
Because
above
they
mean sea
all
level?
have them on it.
What,
All
I don't
datum
care about
points
all. I
everywhere
don't care about
have
all that.
mean
I'm
sea
talking about the
level
very
on
first
them.
thing. Why do they want to know? Right?
Because
Why did it have to
before
be
they
built
built
X amount
anything,
of height?
they wanted to know that the emplacements that they put there would be such that the tubes would end up being straight.
No, you don't need that. You just need to know your initial datum point to get it straight.
Which has mean sea level on it.
Because if they built the tubes along the ground, the tubes would not be straight.
Yeah, you take the mean sea level at point A as your reference, and then you build from there. And you know how much the mean sea level is curving, so you know how to make it straight. Well, it's not hard.
Real quick overview. One last time. Before they built anything, they wanted to know where the pieces of concrete had to be in reference to mean sea level, because the datum points all around them have mean sea level on them, so that they could know how to make it so that the tubes would end up being straight when they start constructing the thing. Then they put the concrete out there after the surveyors did what they needed to do to make sure that the pieces that they were putting in were the correct altitude. Then they put the tube on that, which ended up being, ta-da, straight. This isn't complicated.
No, it's not actually very complicated at all to build such a short structure referencing datum point A.
Yeah, it's
which
not
has
hard.
mean sea level on it.
You don't need to know it over such a short structure. Now,
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's not a short structure. It's miles long.
Well, it's 2 miles long. It's not really all that long. But maybe if it was going
So then curvature is
indefinitely,
important.
if it was going indefinitely, right, I could grant you, right, that it may come into consideration. But seeing this thing isn't going indefinitely, it really doesn't come into consideration whatsoever. It's neither
It
here
does.
nor there.
Across 2 miles, you would have a 8-inch sagitta over a chord. You have to account for that. Yes, because those tubes have lasers going through them.
Exactly, and they want that tube to be dead straight.
Right, so they have to account for curvature.
Exactly. No, they don't. They don't.
Yes. If there's a sagitta over a chord, you definitely need to account for that because you want your tubes to be straight.
Bandy, are you really trying to say that the LEGO Cal Institute lied about how they built Lego?
I haven't said
Doesn't
anything
make
of
sense,
the
hon.
sort. When
You
did I
just
say
did.
that they lied? No, I didn't say
You
they lied.
did by
You said they
suggesting
don't
that the
take into
plans that
account
they
Earth's
published.
curvature.
I
And they
said,
Yeah,
do.
you did by suggesting that the plans that they published, they didn't need to follow those.
I said you don't have to take it into consideration whatsoever. You only need your datum point A, and you work from horizontal from datum point A, and you build out from there. That's all you need to know.
So
The
let me walk
topography of the
through
land,
one more
and you're
time
only
then.
and you're only talking about 8 inches here, doofus.
No, there's a meter difference between beginning and end.
Sorry.
Right, the sagitta over a chord would be 8 inches. However, what you need to consider is that the plans that they made up in order to make what they were going to make beforehand, those plans were against mean sea level and included correcting for Earth's curvature. Now, what you're suggesting is if they made it straight and didn't do anything with mean sea level, then the plans must be fabricated. That's what your position currently is.
When did I say anything about fabrication?
Then the plans definitely match what they built then, right?
So don't try and straw man me with putting words into my mouth that I didn't actually say, doofus. Right?
Okay, so then the plans must match what they built, correct?
The arm is straight. I've already said that the arm is straight and horizontal from point A.
Right. If you say that the arm is straight and that it follows no curvature of the Earth, then the plans must be wrong.
I'm saying you don't have to take the curvature of the Earth into consideration at all when you are working from datum point A. You do not have to take
the plans say that you do need to account for curvature.
Okay, then. And?
If the plans say you need to account for curvature and you're saying they didn't account for a curvature, then the plans must be wrong.
Why would you have to if you're working from datum point A and you were shooting a horizontal line out from datum point A? Why
don't you
ask them possibly be this stupid? All I can conclude from you acting this stupid is that you're actually not serious. You're not trying to have a serious conversation right now.
Oh, I am very serious. Right?
It's not possible. Because it's not this complicated. Because if the plans say they need to account for curvature, and you say they don't, then the plans must be wrong. That's your assertion.
I have worked on house.
You're arguing that the civil engineers that wrote up those plans were lying.
I didn't say lying, so stop putting the words lying in my mouth. All right, because I never said that.
I said, are you saying? That's a question. Are you saying?
I've never used that word whatsoever.
Right. Either the plans are correct and they followed those plans, or the plans are wrong. Which one is it?
I'm saying you don't have to take in the curvature of the Earth at all to build something horizontal from point
A. Right, so then they didn't follow the plans and the plans are inaccurate. Your position is that the plans are wrong.
I'm saying you don't have to do it.
Okay, so the plans are wrong.
I could do it quite easy.
You're saying that the plans are wrong.
Develop those plans. Don't know what they're doing.
Maybe the plans just have unnecessary information.
So then the plans, then your position would still be that the plans are wrong.
No.
Yes. If they didn't follow the plans, if they didn't follow the plans, then your position is that the plans are wrong.
How do you know they followed that plan?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Give me a break. Come on, you guys.
Oh shit, come on.
How is it reaching?
Civil engineers take into account the Earth curvature for a lot of things that they build.
Robbie, how is it
reaching? That's just a fact.
When you say you are working from datum point A and getting horizontal from datum point A, how is that reaching at all when the only thing you have to do is take into consideration the
because you're wrong, Danny. That's not how it works.
No, I'm not wrong. I am not wrong.
You really are.
I am 100% right.
Go
I'm actually
look it up.
I am 1,000% right here.
Well, I'll take the words of a civil engineer over.
You can take whatever you want, but you would be wrong once again. Right? You would be wrong once again.
Bullshit.
Bullshit, you would be wrong, and you are wrong.
Are you a civil engineer?
Right? Once
you have
again,
civil engineer background.
Appeal to credentials. Appeal to credentials.
Well, yes. Professionals actually do this stuff.
Right, and it doesn't matter what the credentials are in this particular case, because either the plans were followed or they weren't. Which is it?
Well, if they work from datum point A and shot a horizontal from datum point A all the way out to datum point Z, right, and took into consideration the topography under that horizontal and build up from there, they probably did the right thing.
Okay, so you're saying they didn't follow the plans.
I'm saying that they worked on an initial datum point. I think I was very clear.
Didn't follow the plans. All the words that you need to say is they didn't follow the plans because that's what you keep saying.
I'm saying that they used datum point A and worked from there. Right.
Right. That plans say that's not what they did. Right. What they did was they used mean sea level at their local datum, and they used that to figure out the curvature of the Earth with respect to the tube.
No, they would have used a local datum point, and that would have been a datum point A.
It had mean sea level on it.
Right. Doesn't matter what plaque they wrote on it. That doesn't make any difference whatsoever. That's just a plaque referencing mean sea level. That doesn't mean how they built the thing at all.
Right, but they would have to use that in order to figure out where the concrete goes.
That's just a brass plaque there, right, with useless information that's got absolutely nothing to do with how they
Useless
constructed it.
information.
Right?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
it is
complete.
actually.
Datum
It
points are
is.
now useless information.
Yeah, it
Let's
is.
mark this down. In
Mean sea
history,
level.
datum points are
sea
now
level.
useless information.
Mean sea level along all of the footings is useless information. 100% it is. Because you don't need it. You don't need it at all. At
Oh
all.
my god, dude.
Yep, it's good to hear
You can appeal
Bandsaw
to
has
your
some
god
knowledge
all
about
you
these
like.
things. Yep. If the Earth is flat, then there's a lot of things that are put in documents and readings and stuff that are unnecessary but useful for keeping the idea that the world isn't what it seems to be.
So now all
That's
datum
just
points
being
include
plain
false
dishonest,
information according to
really.
you.
That's a bad tactic.
This is
Flat
getting
manual
somewhere.
must include
The
false
additional
information
amount of
according to you, because
information,
it
the
says
additional
flat
amount
and
of people,
stationary.
the additional population of the Earth that would have to be lying to you, it keeps growing every day because more and more people keep telling you the Earth's not flat, so they must be lying.
Yeah, welcome to
They're not
2015,
lying.
Flat Earth.
Yeah,
They believe it.
dumb. This is dumb.
And why are you even here arguing with us? Obviously, if it's such a dumb thing to think that the Earth might not be a spinning ball, why
You're
argue with
right.
people? Like,
That's
why
a
argue with
stupid
people?
thing to do.
Go
That's
jerk
what
each
Clover
other off. Do whatever you
said.
have to
Sounds
do.
like insanity to me.
Right. So the point of this discussion, if there's a discussion at all, and it's not just a farce as it seems to be today, is to find out why it is that people do the things that they do. If you continue to say then that all of these plaques contain false information, the number of people that have to be lying skyrockets. There have to be almost
Why is that your go-to?
Almost the
Yeah.
entire population of the Earth has to be lying to you by
Welcome
this
to
point.
2015.
Why do you appeal to that? Instead of proving Bandy wrong and showing that they definitively used mean sea level, you've got to appeal to why are so many people lying?
No, the only argument is whether or not they followed the plans that
Why would they lie?
issued.
Why
So
would
that-
they lie? Why would they lie?
So the only issue is whether or not they followed the plans that they issued out, what they published.
Prove they followed them. Prove they followed them and they didn't have unnecessary information in them.
If those plans were not followed, then they didn't take curvature into account. If they did follow the plans, then they definitely accounted for Earth's curvature. In that case,
not necessarily, just because it's written there.
In that case, either the Earth is spherical and the tubes are straight, or the tubes are bent and the Earth is flat. Which one do you want to go with?
Well, no, because I've got a cake recipe that says I've got to beat the eggs, right? But I could choose to whip them. I can still make the fucking cake. I didn't follow the recipe exactly. There's some unnecessary information, but I still ended up with a cake.
Right. So your position,
if the Earth
as
is
I
flat
understand it right
and
now,
stationary,
is that
just
all
like
the
it
data
seems,
points
what conclusions would you draw?
Right. And that's in this current point in time, your position is that all of those data points contain information that is a lie, and the plans also are a lie, and the tubes are straight, and the Earth is flat. That's your current position.
If the Earth is stationary, what conclusions would you draw?
If the Earth is stationary, well, we can change topics if you really want to.
Oh dear.
Oh, what's your excuse for the way it's drawn up? If it's actually a stationary plane, like it seems.
Okay, we can go into stationary if you really want to. The reason why the plans are the way they are is because they had mean sea level datum that they had to account for in order to make the tubes be straight by the time they were done constructing the thing.
Okay. Is mean sea level curved or horizontal? What is it?
The plans that were drawn up used a curved mean sea level.
And how is that verified?
Okay, somebody over talked to you, which was funny.
So how is the curved mean sea level verified in the plan there, or is it just stated?
How is the curved mean sea level verified? You're using it to make the construction in the first place.
Okay, so if it's actually in
have to be wrong,
then they followed the plan and they've built what they've built. They can assume it's curved all they like. That doesn't change anything.
Right, so then they would have had to have built bent tubes.
No. Why?
Yes. If they used the plans, if they followed the plans as they were drawn up, the tubes that they would have ended up with would have been bent if there is no curvature.
Now, how is that verified? Let's just say they are bent. How is that seen? How is that checked that they're bent?
Well, the lasers wouldn't work.
Yeah, then
Really?
the laser would
Haven't
be
they
hitting
got mirrors inside to calibrate
the
that?
laser would be hitting the roof of the tube.
Right.
Really?
Yeah, there's only one
Strange.
mirror at the very far end of the tube. That's it.
Awesome. So you need to verify whether mean sea level is curved or not, and then you might have something to go by.
Yeah, it's verified with the plans that they used to build it. Or the
Yeah,
plans
so,
are just
okay.
wrong, right?
So LIGO proves spherical Earth then.
Certainly shows curvature, yeah.
Shit. Wow. All right. Awesome. Guess you won't need to come back to this server then. You are done.
It would be nice if you guys would start actually accepting things like part of reality.
Yeah, but you can't make them.
Would that help you not come back?
Try.
I mean, there would be very little reason for me to talk, now wouldn't there?
Really?
Yeah, they kind of enjoy the little what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? Echo chamber.
Oh,
really?
Well, we enjoy our
That's
echo
kinda-
chamber too, so that's kind of not fair. But
You like
some
to
things,
I know
are
you guys don't want an echo. You guys don't want an echo chamber here, do you? Because if we all leave, that's what it'll be.
Well, you're more than welcome to do what you want, people, but you'd have nowhere to drop your memes, and would you?
No, it's only an echo chamber because you're here, because you keep asking the same fucking questions over and over again. Without the stupid questions, we actually get on with shit. But
what exactly?
You know, you're welcome to keep asking them.
You keep us in 2015.
For the past 7 years. What has really changed in the past 7 years? Really?
Nothing. Builders always will still to continue to work from a datum point A and work out from there. So nothing.
Right. The plans said how they built
like
it.
that
You're
word.
saying the plans are not how they built it. That's what's going on right now.
That's what they would have done. That's what any builder would
And as the plans are still incorrect when it comes on curvature.
Any builder worth his salt, that's exactly what he would do.
Right, but the plans said
Andy.
that the builders did something different than what you said, Bandsaw.
I'm saying that they worked from datum point A and they worked out from there.
you do not know how they
Right.
worked.
So
You're
then they're
assuming
doing
that.
something different than the plans, is what you're saying, Bandsaw.
Yeah. That's how they would have done it. That's the only way they could have done it to get it horizontal. Work from that initial datum point, regardless if the Earth is flat or curved. They would have worked from datum point A.
And the measurements would be different, Bandsaw.
No, it would not have been at all. Would not have been.
They would have made a perfectly.
The results would have been exactly the same, regardless
No, they would have made
if
a
the
perfectly
Earth
flat.
was curved or flat. It would have been
No,
exactly the same result.
no,
And how you
they would
can't
have
see
made
that isn't my shortfallings. That is yours.
They would have made a perfectly flat concrete pad.
The
They would have
plans
made a
accounted
perfectly flat.
for the plans accounted for curvature, and you're saying they didn't do that.
I'm saying
They would have made a. They would have made a perfect. Hold on, Bandsaw. They would have made a perfectly flat concrete pad, right? And then the two would have been also perfectly flat, and there would be no deviation. But for some reason, in the plans, there is deviation in the elevations of the tubes.
The elevation has nothing to do whatsoever. The elevation above mean sea level.
So why is there a difference then?
Listen. The elevation above mean sea level has absolutely zero to do whether or not that arm is straight or curved.
The center of the tube is shorter than the ends of the tube.
Doesn't make any difference whatsoever. That is just the topography of the land. And any builder,
if it's the topography of the land, then the tube wouldn't be perfectly straight.
Any builder worth his salt B-ball, right, would have worked from datum point A, right, regardless if the Earth is curved or flat, and they would have used that as a reference point, and they would have only considered, right, the topography underneath that, and they would have built the piers accordingly to that. Right, taking soil samples all the way along, having to work out how deep they have to go so they hit bedrock, so those things don't sink. All these other things
No,
they have to take into consideration to get it
they
nice,
would have made
perfectly
the
straight
concrete
and level.
pad.
Right,
They would
so
have made
the
the concrete
curvature
pad
of the
perfectly
Earth.
flat.
I hadn't finished. Right, I didn't. Right, so they wouldn't have
Let
taken
me know
that
when you're done.
into consideration. You'll know because I'll stop talking. All right, so they wouldn't have taken that into consideration at all, right? Because they would have worked from datum point A, regardless of curve or flat. The only thing that is necessary is the topography underneath the ground and where that bedrock is, where they have to shoot those piers down to get a stable footing. That's all they would have taken into consideration.
Okay.
All right,
So
let's
is
take a
it
different
your
approach.
claim? Real quick, hold up, Doofus, really quick. I just got one thing to ask. Is it your claim that when they say the curvature of the Earth had to be taken into account, do you think that they are either lying or are they incorrect?
I'm saying the curvature of the Earth has got absolutely zero to do with the construction of that thing.
Then why would they mention it then? Why would they say it?
I don't care why they mentioned it. I am saying it has got absolutely
Okay.
zero to do with the construction of
All
such a
right. Go ahead,
short thing.
Doofus. Go ahead, Doofus.
You're wrong.
Right. So if you were presented plans to build this thing, and all across the plans, all of the altitudes are against mean sea level, because those are on the plans, what would you then do?
I'd work from datum point A, and I'd make the construction from datum point A, and shoot my horizontal from there. That's what I would do.
All right. So
And
you're
I would,
when you were
and my surveyors that I employed, right, would also too work from datum point A.
so if you were tasked to construct this thing, your first reaction would be to not follow the plans.
When did I say that? I've been given a job to build a structure that is, and I'm going to presume it is horizontal, right? It could be at an angle, but it's going to be perfectly straight. So for the argument, we're going to say it's horizontal, right? And they want me to build a horizontal from point A, right? That is what I am going to do. I'm going to build it horizontal from point A.
Right. Let me try this one more time. The plans on them have altitudes for each of the pads above mean sea level. Your response to this is to not use those numbers they have on the plans and do it a different way.
I will get those pads all horizontal from point A. And then when I put my arm on top of those pads, whether the brackets are on there to hold that arm, they will be perfectly horizontal and straight. And then I'll send my bill in, and then they will pay me because that laser will go straight down the guts of it.
Oh, such confidence. All right, fine. Bye.
Yeah, measure twice, cut once, mate. Measure twice, cut once. You don't just follow the fucking numbers you've been given and start fucking cutting.
When in doubt, just call it fake.
And what's that Sagittarius apparently in the middle, 8 inches over 2 miles? Man, I've had bigger differences over a house block. I've had meters over a house block where those piers have had to be
No, I think it's a
meters
few. I think it's a
high.
foot or so. I think it's like 4 feet. I think.
4 feet? That's nothing. I've had
Yeah,
jobs
but if you're
where
trying to get
piers
something
have had to be
perfectly straight, 4 feet is a lot.
right.
Over 2 miles. I mean, 4 feet is a lot over 2 miles.
It's good that they use the GPS measurements in relation to the mean sea level to build it just horizontal.
Yeah, well, they can force a shape ball into any computer program they want, as long as it doesn't actually matter and affect fucking anything. And those that are doing the job actually use tools, you know, like levels and things to make sure shit's accurate and don't worry about what numbers are on a page. It's all good.
Yep, they use GPS. Their plan is to not follow the plan.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
No, not at all. It's to do the job. If it comports with the plan, it does. But you don't follow the plan and then end up being wrong and go, oh, just follow the plan.
They did it using the GPS and they got it correct in relation to the mean sea level.
I'm pretty sure there was an entire panel of people that sat down and engineered this thing.
No, they
And
just
followed
guessed it.
it to the T.
They called Bev and used the water level.
Yeah.
That's what they did.
Right.
Well, it looks like, I don't know if it's, I think it's LIGO. They do have a man-made canal right next to the arm of
No, I think that's a different one.
So,
Yeah, that one's in Italy, I think, or somewhere overseas.
oh no, is that CERN? That might be CERN.
Well, no, there is a LIGO installation that does have a canal next to it. I just don't think it's here stateside. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, LIGO over in Louisiana that has a canal right next to it.
Well, the Louisiana one does. All right.
Or it's like a ditch at least.
Somewhere else. I think Blue said it was somewhere else. I think he said it was in India or something. I don't know.
See, the only real claim, the only real discrepancy is where point A is. And, you know, if you think about the plans, they're suggesting that point A is obviously in the middle of the pipe, where it's supposedly closest to the curvature of the Earth. And if you just set up point A in the middle of the pipe and get everything horizontal, you're done. Sweet as.
Well, if you have a concrete pad, right, and you have a tube above that concrete pad, and on one side you have the tube is 4 feet above the pad. On the other side, the tube is 4 feet above the pad, but in the center, the tube is 1 foot above the pad. Is that perfectly straight?
Is the concrete, which part straight?
They're both supposed to be straight, aren't they? But for some reason...
Oh, no, you're only trying to get the tube straight. Doesn't matter what the ground's doing underneath.
Yeah, but for some reason in the center, the tube is lower. That's what's going on at LIGO.
No, it's not lower. That's just where you've set your point A.
Yes.
If the ground falls away either side of it, if you're contending that that's Earth curvature, then you need to back that up with some other proof. You can't just say that proves Earth curvature.
Well, the proof is in the
side to side. For goodness sake, you guys.
That can happen. You can put a hill and it drops each side. Fuck.
No, I listen to what I just explained.
No
you have a concrete pad that's
they
perfectly flat.
excavated the land underneath that they placed the arms on.
Yeah, they didn't use the
just sit it on
topology
top
of the
of
land
soil.
in order to drop these plans. They used mean sea level to drop these plans.
That's right. That's what they're talking about. Means sea level.
Okay, so show that mean sea level is indeed curved. Fuck. Can you do that in any way, shape, or form other than this?
Can you give me more? Can you give me more evidence? We need more. There's always more.
Just something definitive.
What do
Anything
I?
definitive.
They live in America.
That's
They
all.
have two
Not
of them
more.
here.
Not more pseudo evidence. That just
It's pretty
confirms
definitive. The arms are straight and the mean sea level is curved.
The
It's
arms
pretty
are straight.
definitive. Yeah.
Denied anyway.
And have you been told the arms are straight, have you?
Yes, and there's a reason for that. It's because there's a vacuum and there's a laser.
Yeah.
Vacuum and a
Who
laser.
have you been told?
How wide,
The
how
plans,
wide are these pipes? How wide are the pipes?
plans are online. You could easily look them up and read them.
Well, how wide are they? You must know if you've verified this yourself to be confident. So how wide are the pipes?
Wide?
1 foot, 3 foot, 4 foot? Yeah, how wide are the pipes? The diameter.
What does the
Diameter of
width
the pipe.
have to do with it? What does it have
I'm
to do?
asking. I'm asking.
Oh, because
Yeah,
he
I
wants to
don't
test our,
know.
he wants to
Why
test
does
our
it- I don't
knowledge.
Yeah, I
wants
don't know
to
what
test our
color the
knowledge.
concrete is either.
No,
Or
I
what the
don't.
weather
I didn't ask about that. Because the laser, for example, it could be shot from the
1.2
bottom of the
meters
pipe to the
wide.
top
There
of the
you
pipe.
go. Now
Couldn't it?
what?
It's still
Google
straight.
that for
Say
you.
that again. Say that again.
1.2 meters.
1.2
That's fun.
meters. Shit, and what's the drop over the said distance?
A meter.
You're talking about the width. You asked for the width of the pipe, man. You didn't ask for the distance.
I asked for the width of the pipe for a reason.
You mean
what is the
you mean
drop?
the length?
Did
Oh,
you
mean
say
the
4
length of the
feet?
pipe? You said you want the
I said
length
the
of the
meter.
width. Which one?
Oh my fucking god. The diameter is 1.2 meters, is it not?
Right. The length is
Right.
2.5 miles.
Okay, so what's the drop over that distance? Did someone say 4 feet?
1 fucking meter. I've said it about 6 times.
1 meter.
No.
Yes.
Well, you keep clipping, so I can't hear what you're fucking saying. Say it again.
I think you're shouting a bit, mate. Is their volume okay on your end?
Oh, it's just me shouting, is it? It sounds like she's screaming at me at the other fucking end. Jesus.
Shouting a bit too, but it just sounds like you're shouting a bit.
Of course I am.
Oh.
So what's the drop from the centre point on each side? 4 feet? 1 meter? Go.
I don't know. I don't understand.
Well, you can stop talking then, actually. Let the
It's a meter. I'm happy to go with that. Sure, meter. Sounds good.
Right, and yet it's a 1.2 meter diameter pipe. So that laser has room to actually travel on an angle through that pipe and make up for whatever distance in case the pipe is in fact bent.
Not if the laser's in the middle of the pipe.
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. Has it? Is it?
Yeah.
Is that what the plan says?
Did they put it on the top edge? Is that what you're saying?
I got no idea, mate. Can you verify that it's not?
Oh god.
Okay, the plans also include the mirrors on each end and the laser installments.
Yeah,
it's in the middle.
Top of the tube.
It's in the middle of the tube, dude.
Well, I guess the tube's straight, and it's back to you guys verifying that the Earth indeed curves underneath it.
Okay,
it does because they use GPS.
No, it's back to you denying that it doesn't.
Well, only because you can't prove definitively that it does. It's the whole reason there is fucking topic.
That's why we have,
directly from your denial. Yeah.
That's why we have the
Not
plans
denial. My denial. My denial.
Yeah. That's why we have the plans of how it was
built. Thousands, if not millions, of people, and it's my denial, is it?
Well, yeah, specifically in this case, because the plans are laid out that say a thing, and you're saying they didn't do that thing. That's your denial.
No, but that's just a question. That's just a question, and you can't say other than yes, they did. And are you saying they didn't follow the plans? Other than that, you can't even verify whether it's true or not. So that's pretty pathetic. And there are engineers out there who are questioning the shape of the Earth. So you can either say, oh, well, they're just loser engineers or engineers that don't know anything or fucking whatever. But there are engineers out there just as qualified as the other engineers questioning shit.
Isn't there?
Well, they're not
Flat Earth core.
They're not actually
engineers and scientists and physicists shit signed up. So go and look at their credentials and call them all quacks and mock them. Go on.
I can absolutely do that. FB calls. I'm happy to talk you through that at some stage.
If you
don't need to talk me through it at all. If there's one engineer in there as part of it who's questioning things, then you've got no reason to call them not an engineer if they're in fact an engineer.
Definitely true. Okay. Where would you say is the preponderance of engineers? If having engineers...
No, consensus, is it? So consensus is science now, is it?
I don't know. Asking one engineer seemed like a good idea, and now asking a lot.
Well, let's ask 10. Let's ask 10 and see what the consensus is, eggshells. Because that's somehow scientific now.
I mean, you just want to argue. You don't want to really know.
Okay, is consensus science then now, or not?
I mean, you had an idea to ask an expert. I suggested to increase that number, and you now seem to be ridiculing that without...
Answer that last question he just asked.
Here comes the boss, man. Answer the question.
I don't know. I wasn't aware we were doing science. If you can explain the relevance of the question, then that would help.
Just consensus, eggshells. Answer it.
Hasn't bothered to even get a cursory inquiry into it. Shouting.
All I've seen is appeal to consensus, appeal to authority. That's all you guys do.
No. No, it's not.
Appeal to other flat earthers. So what's the difference?
Who do you think builds all these things in this country here? Your
I
country.
reckon we're using mobile phones. Fucking hell, the Earth's a ball, guys. Come on.
Yeah, it has to be for anything to exist.
It's a ball because of the distances on the surface.
Incredulity is not an answer to these questions, right?
Why are you talking? This is
Yeah.
the Excel show.
It's like I don't believe, therefore it can't be true.
Yeah, or big numbers or small numbers. That's not true.
Or South Celestial Poles, which is pretty obvious. You don't need many numbers for them.
Or the sun traveling on a straight line at the equator for 12 hours. It's a lot of evidence for the Earth to be a globe, and then we can get these measurements that they do in LIGO.
Yeah, even that lunar eclipse that happened today.
Yep.
Or tonight.
Recently. Fuck, where does this piece go? Fun fact, doing a puzzle while having a discussion here is more entertaining than just being here.
I'm usually at work when I'm here. Oh, I get paid for being here.
What does that even mean?
That's funny. Oh shit, that's all the way up top.
In reference to the discussion we were having before I left, I had a thought about it while I was watching my episode of Black Sails, because it's all about pirates and what you can see at the horizon or behind the horizon, and that he knows he can sail his boat a certain distance to hide the hull so it appears that he left, but he's still looking at them from the mast, so he knows the distance to the horizon. It's an interesting one. But the Black Swan says
Nice.
1.22 times the height of the observer in square feet. That is a argument from perspective. So if we do know what optics do and we know how they behave near the horizon, and 1.22 times blah 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 is a thing, then the sun setting like a 20-cent piece into a coin box is a thing.
Keep in mind, of course, that 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet is ignoring refraction.
Yeah.
It's also
But
interesting
I mean,
that
if you can make a linear relationship with it, then it is obviously a known thing that has a linear relationship. So
I could see that pirate's boat because of the refraction. He thought he was hiding from me, but the refraction brought his boat back into view.
What type of refraction would
Keep in
do that?
mind that it's very easy to demonstrate that air can bend light. That's not a problem.
But it's interesting that they say that the sun is setting due to perspective, which is by definition that the angular size change. And the sun doesn't change in angular size.
It always only does this one thing with light. We call it laws of perspective. I'm not able to show you citations because they're so reliable. If you search algorithms, they're just trig. We don't know what it does. But if we don't know what it does at the horizon, that's FE core gets thrown out, Black Swan gets thrown out, every bit of flat Earth evidence. Apart
Yeah, you
from
can either have the Black Swan or sunsets.
Yeah.
Can't have both.
I'll just take that pirate TV show as proof. You've convinced me it's a globe.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. That is yeah.
Fully representative of everything that was said. Yes.
More Hollywood special effects. Cool.
Well, I mean, it was just interesting little aside, but yeah, it could well be wrong. It could be wrong about Sexton as well, I guess. They have to be wrong about a lot, though, wouldn't they? People whose job it was to not be wrong about where they are on the oceans.
Lucky they're the experts and they've got qualifications.
Just unverified assumptions that have no bearing on things. That's all. They can't check them themselves. They assume things.
It's funny you use the word bearing then, because yes, if you know your bearing, that will tell you a minimal amount about of useful information. But if you have your position locked with celestial navigation, that tells you exactly. It's got immediate if what you were asking for just now sounded to me like you were asking for evidence that this is effective, then yes, yeah, we've got that in spades. Loads and loads of it.
I think it's.
Do you think I asked if sextants, the use of a sextant is practical?
Anything, and I gave you the bearing that it
No,
can take
I
to
didn't
make
say anything about a
money.
bearing. I think
So what
someone else
bearing's
said
happening
something
here?
about a bearing. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
Lions and tigers and bearings.
Yeah, no, all good.
Oh my.
Where the fuck does this piece go?
I think it's fairly interesting that, like, if you check the flights in the southern hemisphere, they can predict the flight time using the globe model
Absolutely.
and the
They
weather
sure can.
information. Yeah.
Predict the flight time, or they've just done that thousands of times.
Do it yourself. No,
well,
because
haven't they
it
done that
changes.
journey thousands of times?
Sure, and
Weird.
it changes all the time,
So
and
you
they
could
can
post
predict
it as well, couldn't you?
No, you can predict it.
No.
Flights haven't always already happened. There are sometimes flights haven't happened yet, and then they do happen.
Yeah.
Right, QF-14 was a good example. QF-14 started a flight that hadn't been a route before, and then they already knew how long it was going to take them.
Yeah,
Weird.
I made a prediction for that flight, and I was
27, 64.
15 minutes more.
64 is a good one because they do. 64 is a good one because they do that one like every other day. So can't deny them anymore.
To London when we're doing a quick trip to London before we set off on the motorbike trip. After we've done the Darwin leg, sorry. Yeah, I wanted to do the one that non-stopping it from Darwin to London.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet I can look out of the plane and see land masses matching a map showing me going a great circle route that apparently avoids Syria by the look of it. Instead, I'm going by simple. They do match very well. So much so that flat earthers mock it. Oh, it matches. They always think it's so impressive that it matches observations.
And then they just have to say that the flight date is incorrect.
Yep, the pilots don't know where they're going.
Yeah, I like the Southern Hemisphere flights now because it's pretty definitive. I mean, unless the airplane is going a hell of a lot faster than they say.
Yeah.
Or traveling a farther distance.
Getting to ISS levels.
Yeah.
Well, the ones that go in both directions, the magical winds that have to be there to make the AE map work, have to be going in both directions at the same time.
Pretty much.
There's 3 Glovers sitting around duking on.
You say dookie?
Duking it out on taking. I was saying the wrong thing. I couldn't think of the right word to say, like taking dumps on flat Earth.
Who's doing the jigsaw puzzle?
It's me over here.
What is it? I'm more interested in that now.
It's a lion. It's very artistically. It's like if you took a posterized filter of a picture of a lion, only you randomly changed what colors go where. Basically, that's what this is, and it's a nightmare.
That sounds pretty hard, man.
The eyes were the easiest part because they didn't fuck with those, but everything else is all sorts of colors.
So you can't even go off like your like memory of a lion or whatever. It's just all. I know you got the box there with the picture on, but it still fucks with you, doesn't it?
Right, because there's only a maximum, I think, of like 12 colors across this whole thing, but each color is everywhere across the thing. So even looking at the piece, you're like, oh, it has this color on it. Well, where the fuck does that go? I don't know, because it's all over the damn. Oh, geez. Yeah, it's a nightmare. That's why I got it. So.
I think there's an interesting thing with the flight times because you can, in your MCD, you have the waypoints and the distance to the waypoints and the arrival time. So the winds can't cause anything. At least the pilots would know. So all the pilots would have to be in on it.
Pilots are in it too, aren't they?
In on what? The giant assumption.
Lie. The globe lie.
Interesting.
When they're traveling about 6,000 miles, they're actually traveling 15,000. And they're doing 2,000 miles an hour.
How do you think they would be able to tell?
What distances?
Really?
We need more fuel.
Really? An
They would really
airplane
need a lot
traveling
more
2,000
fuel.
miles per hour?
When they make the flight plan,
You're all for to all speak at once. I didn't hear anything. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, they would need way more fuel, that's for sure. Holy cow.
And they'd have to go a lot
Way
faster.
more fuel than what?
To travel 15,000
miles.
To travel 15,000 miles, they need a hell of a lot more fuel, and they'd have to go a hell of a lot faster.
Right. And the typical aircraft that they use to do these routes holds about that much fuel that they say that they're going. They don't hold 2.5 times as much as they say they're going to hold.
What? There's no possible that they could be more efficient at all? Like
no.
Do they fully use all that fuel to fly? Do they? I thought the jet engines were super efficient.
Unless there's some type of aircraft that we don't know about.
Right. And they only put in.
No, don't be silly.
Other than a commercial airliner.
Yeah, there's a conspiracy theory going around that Jin believes in that airliners lie about how much fuel's on board because they can't understand how you hide that much fuel in the plane.
Right, and they only want to put in as much fuel as it takes for them to get there and a little bit extra so they can hold a pattern. They only need that much fuel in there so that it takes less fuel for them to get where they're going, because as a business, you want to spend the least amount of money possible.
There's the problem that if the distances are fucked and there's a 2,000 miles per hour wind, the pilots would know it because they make the flight plans. So they know the distances between the waypoints.
Plus, don't you think you'd be able to tell the difference? Like, I can tell the difference between when the plane's behaving at its takeoff and landing speeds, in that it's wallowy and moves around a lot, sort of is ponderous and move. It's weird. Versus at
that's all air pressure.
I think we wouldn't notice if it was going 4 times faster than cruising altitude. I reckon everything would be rattling off the wall.
Well, all you know is the effect of the atmosphere around it. Like, that's why you feel more when it's down low. But when it's up high and there's less atmosphere, things just get less turbulent, less, bumpy. You know less and less.
I understand.
But the problem is that you see the ground.
Planes travel 4 times faster than they do at other times, sometimes in certain routes, without the pilot or the passengers knowing about it. Is that the assertion?
Passengers and pilot knowing about it? Well, I don't think the passengers would really know about it, given my example. The pilots obviously are aware of the pressures they're around, but the ground speed, I don't know if they would have a way to know that or verify it themselves.
So pilots don't know how fast they're going when they fly planes.
And how would you not know the ground speed?
Well, how would they verify ground speed? Let's just say you're up there and you can't see the ground. You got no reference. How are you verifying that?
You use GPS.
Yeah, GPS with
one simple ones being GPS. But
okay, that's not verifying, given our contention with that.
Yeah, wouldn't the GPS on your cell phone
indication of airspeed?
Wouldn't the GPS on your cell phone be able to tell you that?
Yeah, you can use cell phone GPS.
Suggesting now, not the pilots don't just not know how fast they're going, but they don't even know where they are. How do they get to a runway?
Wow.
On Earth, they hit the right runway every time, but they don't know where they are or how fast they're going. Come on.
I don't mean to get in the middle of all this.
Such claims that have to be made in order for this.
You've got to deny so much basic reality and think that every person around you, every guy that's building satellites or flying planes is a dribbling fucking retard.
Not at all, mate. Not at all. That's where your analogy of our thinking breaks down. No one has to be a retard. All of these people are very intelligent.
4 times faster than other times.
It can't be verified. The one thing above the other in terms of satellite travels faster. You know, things take more or less
I'm able to
time.
verify it for you because it's so ridiculous. I wouldn't even know where to start. If you can show me something that indicates that pilots who do say,
well, you couldn't verify a thing. You can only appeal to people that say they do, eggshells. Right? That's all you can do.
Have you been a passenger in a plane?
Of course, I've been a passenger in a plane.
Did they give you a takeoff and a landing time?
Of course. Yep. Was it accurate? No.
Okay. Were there known knowns and unknown unknowns and things that affected the flight time in predictable ways?
Well, of course. There's been times when we've made up time that we shouldn't have been able to, and that was just luck of the wind. Oh yeah, luck of the wind. Yeah.
Sure. What's the most you've ever gained in? Because I once gained, like, I think it was about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. Going to New Zealand.
I couldn't tell you how much. Couldn't tell you.
Right. Would you ever reckon a tailwind can push you 4 times faster than you were going without you noticing it, and without the pilot noticing it?
15 minutes I couldn't tell you that. I couldn't tell you that. But how would you be able to verify that's a requirement?
That would make a difference in, like, you get there in like half the time,
so this
or a
pilot
third of the
knows
time.
when he's going to land, and if you get fair weather and no air traffic control delays, you land like to the minute. I've taken a lot of flights. I know a reasonable about Jetstar and Qantas's on-time performance. So you're suggesting he's not aware of how fast that flight's going, but he's able to guess fairly reliably within certain parameters when he's going to be landing. How could he know one of those?
Like I said, it's GPS. He doesn't need to know anything. He's just GPS waypoints, follow the path. That's it. He's not even thinking, really, at the end of the day.
Right. Yeah.
There won't even be pilots in these things soon. You know that.
Fly planes are dribbling fucking retards. That's the only way.
No, not at all. Just appeal to some more consensus. Words in my mouth.
Moron pilots haven't spotted ever. Turn up
Right.
and press the button.
They don't need to spot anything.
So a flight that takes 12 hours would one day take only 5 hours.
Yeah. Like, does he know when he's getting in this jet stream? Can he get in and on purpose? Is sometimes it not going the right way for him to not notice this jet stream that goes like more than the speed of sound around the Earth?
And it's interesting that I can make a prediction for a flight time between 2 airports using SimBrief, and I can be fairly accurate, and I can do it all around the Earth. So I don't. It's weird that it's the same in the south and in the north. I can just make predictions and be fairly accurate. And every time when I say it, it's like, well, what are you doing here then? I think the case is closed. It's like, well, yeah, but just say that it's...
Yeah, I think it's fun to weigh ideas, but the idea that pilots don't know how fast they're going when they know where they're going and when they'll end up there is like, if you said, how could you figure out when you're going to be somewhere when you're driving a journey? And I'd say the only thing I need to know is how fast I'm traveling and where I'm going, and then I can give you the final answer.
And it's weird that they make flight plans using GPS waypoints or VORs of different beacons. It's like they do it in the south and in the north the same way, and it works. So now they're saying that it's totally different in the south somehow. And it should be different also at the equator, say in Africa or somewhere in the equator. But it's not. It's the same. Just use the globe.
Poopy.
I would never catch a flight. If I thought pilots got on board and they didn't know where they were going or how fast they were going or where they were going to end up, they just followed dots in a GPS course.
Fuck that. I would never get on a plane.
Also, when did that start? Because there are many pilots now who've crossed over with an era where they were like propeller pilots. and GPS wasn't a thing. There's plenty of pilots around who didn't use GPS to navigate.
They use beacons. VOR
Or they're
station.
just dying, but they would have shared the cockpit with an up-and-comer. How did they trick the ones that used to use a book, those massive pads? They had to carry a little wheelie bag.
Wheelie bag is a very cute term.
Wheelie bag?
Yeah, they would have this little, like the lawyers have, little wheelie bag.
Like you have rolling luggage, but basically you cut that into a quarter.
Yeah.
Keep the bar the same. Keep the bar the same length. There can't be that many pieces with pink on them. Fuck.
Can you show us where the puzzle's up to, Doofus?
Nah.
Okay. I'm a very doofusy person now.
Eggshells, I think you mentioned that Jin says that flights or planes go faster than we think they do by 3 times or so.
No, so that's what we're saying is the assertion about southern flights. The Jin's contention is an even funnier one. That is, some guy made a video making like 3 cylindrical water barrels and saying, I watched this documentary that claims that the blah, blah, blah aircraft has this many liters of fuel. So I've measured it out and I put it in these cylindrical tanks, and I've tried to fit it inside the wings, which is where they told me it's kept, and I can't make it fit. Therefore, they run on compressed air.
Yeah, Jin's been watching probably Flight Earth. He's been watching Flight Earth Banjo. That's the. Yeah, he's been listening to Flight Earth Banjo. That's why he probably believes that.
Yeah, it could either be that all of the things that people know about jet fuel and where it all goes, all of them are incompetent, and the person who tried to fit it in the wings is not incompetent, or the person who tried to fit it in the wings and couldn't did something wrong. But it's never that one. They never choose that option.
Yeah. It's never the person who doesn't know much about aeronautical engineering, It is always the guy who doesn't know much about aeronautical engineering knows more than the guy who knows a lot about aeronautical engineering.
Much.
Yeah, of course it is. I thought he was making the claim that planes go faster because his argument against 9/11 is that they couldn't go that fast.
Yeah, he's
that
got
might be another claim. That certainly sounds like it. But the one I'm talking about is just his generalized claim that the airline companies are lying to us about how much fuel they're using. And there's actually free energy.
Yep. When in doubt, just make some shit up.
Pretty much.
You mention free energy enough times, Jeremy will show up.
Can I mention lunar eclipses enough times and the flat Earth will show up to explain it?
I mean, you'll get an explanation. You won't like it though. Nope, nobody should.
Just a dark star. We don't know what the moon is.
We don't know that there's something in the way that blocks out only the moon and nothing else around it.
Yes, I've heard that one. That is a particular.
And it changes color.
Or the moon is its own light source. That's a good one. It just so happens that the part that's illuminated is always facing the sun.
Yeah, I just posted one of those on my channel.
Funny that.
Yeah, the darn lunar eclipse are only when it's full moon, and solar eclipses are only when it's new. That's weird.
Like all globers in here tonight.
I'm glad to know they figured out how to make planes run on compressed air. I might buy another airplane now. Cost of that damn fuel was killing me.
You were buying the wrong one. You should have asked somebody who doesn't know anything about aeronautical engineering.
Yeah, you could just use an air compressor. Just have your own air compressor on there and keep filling it up.
Powered by
My
not
favorite
fuel.
was when I asked Jin the question, does it go faster or slower with a headwind? And he just sat and thought about it for a bit and then was like, didn't respond.
Oh, wow.
We're using about 5,000 liters of fuel per day for compressed air at work.
It's just, there are a few things that demonstrate Dunning-Kruger more than a guy getting a CAD thing and going, I can't figure out how to fit fuel on wings, and then concluding, well, therefore they don't have that much fuel on wings.
I think it's weird, like the compressed air thing. It's like what compression is happening? Like where's the compressor, or like it's it doesn't make any sense.
Well, the thing they're getting right is the way a jet turbine works, at least to my, again, not an aeronautical engineer's perspective.
Talking about startup?
It's got a diamond-shaped cone, 3D sort of circular across its cross-section, conical thing, like two cones pressed together. And the idea is the air comes in those fan blades you see at the front as you board the aircraft. And then as it travels along that cone, as the walls close in on it, it does actually compress quite a bit. But that's just the same as you've got in your car when the piston does its squish cycle. It's compressing the gas and air. Well, in this case, compressing the air to put in the gas later, but in carbureted engine. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So it is compressing air to get more bang out of it, but it's not really extracting energy from the air as much as using it as something spongy, but it's getting most of the energy, or pretty much all of the energy, I think, out of the petrol.
You just called
that's what I meant. Like there's no compressor. There's compression, yeah, but there's like if there's wind going into a turbine engine, you don't get like energy or like force out of it.
Yeah, it's silly.
Weird.
In this house, we obey the laws of thermodynamics.
It's funny that they invoke those laws, but usually their ideas break them. The cold moonlight and everything. It's like,
oh yeah.
Well, no.
The square root of the observer's height. Business relies on straight light, but now it doesn't. You must test things yourself, but we don't test the gas pressure argument. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of very.
Sparkane's two newest videos is pretty good.
Yep.
Anybody's seen them?
Yeah, he hasn't made any in a while, has he?
Yeah.
These were good quality. His takedown of FE core was like, somebody was like, get through this. Was it you, Earth is Life?
What?
Wait, say again?
The Slice Sparkane thing on FE core? I thought maybe you sent it to me, Earth is Life.
I might have a while ago.
It circulates.
Yeah, it's just was such a good. It was like one of the best takedowns because it was like in their own words.
You talking about the one about the laser test?
Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been me.
Got interviews with them where they're like, no, we never had any photos of it, and so they're like admitting, so you can use it for many talking points. I find because many people like they did have photos of it hitting the target, and then you've got him going, no, that's not us hitting the target. We do have photos, but we're waiting to release them.
Or I think they lied about the their location.
Is that
where they were?
What is that? What people think?
I think. Well, I think if you watch his Sly's video. He was saying something about the location that they were claiming they were at, or the distance from the target.
Some of the photos were definitely. Yeah, some of the photos were definitely swapped.
Yeah.
Yes, they're very fast and loose with like what they show. It's super dodgy.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I was having this debate with people, and in 24/7 it got me banned. But I was like showing it to people in the chat, and there's some people in the chat going, "That's the photo. That's the photo of them hitting the target." And then other people in the chat going, "No, they never said that was the photo of them hitting the target." I'm like, "There's people right here who believe that." They clearly did not make it clear that they talk all about this super accurate laser aiming device, and the collimator, and the importance of hitting the target. And they set this whole thing up, and then they come back going, "We succeeded," but they like never explicitly mention that they failed at every one of their stated objectives. Nowhere do they make that clear. So dodge. So dodge.
If you got evidence, I mean, don't be dishonest about it. Just show what it is, and it is what it is. Don't lie about it.
At that stage,
show us where show us where the laser hits. I mean, they love talking like a lot of the players like talking about these laser tests. But what laser test do they actually point to? They say laser test, but like specifically which one? Whose laser test? Where was it done at? What's the elevation?
Peloton is the one that normally stayed at.
Oh, motherfucker. It's right above the eye.
Oh, it's very quiet for so many people in here.
Playing Call of Duty Mobile on my PC. For about the next
that
10
must just
minutes.
be so OP.
Yeah, it's might as well be cheating.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it is.
And I'm playing with keyboard and mouse, so I did get banned for a while, but I was using BlueStacks. But now I'm using a different emulator. So
Seem really attached to the idea of doing that.
Yeah.
Dedicated.
He's picking on a bunch of 12-year-olds.
Yeah, probably accurate.
Well, I don't really get to play that often, so I'm taking advantage. The wife is sleeping, and I'll play for like another 10 minutes, and I'm getting out of here.
I guess I should probably get out of here right now. All right. Cheers, guys.
Take it easy. Did anybody see Reg Rhetoric? Reg Rhetoric on Non Sequitur?
No, what happened?
Oh no, he was just he's been gone for a while, and I guess we finally found out why he was gone. And, you know, he had a few deaths in the family. But he was on there, and 33 UC was on there. It was kind of funny. I don't know if you know who 33 is. He usually goes on MC Tunes a lot. He thinks the number 33 is like a sign of something.
Oh my goodness, he must say 33 so much.
Yeah, he thinks like everything has to boils down to number 33, and yeah, he's pretty out there.
Does sound a bit.
But he listens to Russian vids. That's like his, I don't want to say, well, his good. I guess what I would say like his mentor. Russian vids.
Who's Russian? I don't know that.
Oh yeah, it's another flat earther. It is Russian.
I'm going to do some packing and put on some interrogation videos. See you all later.
Damn, everybody left while I was gone. Hey, Branch, are you present?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. I
What's
can
up?
hear you. Well, I need to see is Jeremy present?
I was doing some kind of.
You're doing some kindas.
You guys doing some kind of scheme?
Oh well, that's for Jeremy's got to bring it up. I'm just a conduit.
You guys will become millionaires doing it?
That's what he's telling me.
I get a cut?
You get you'll get a helper's fee. I am working on something for real that actually has to do with money. I don't know what Jeremy just he asked me for help, and I know that you know more than me about VMs. So.
What's he trying to do? Just set up the Google VMs?
I don't know. I gotta find out from him.
Oh, it ain't that fucking hard.
Hey, what do you know about Google dorking?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it.
Scraping the web.
Google what?
Scraping the web.
No. You said Google dorking.
Yeah, that's what it's called. I need to get a massive amount of information from the government and their websites, but
yeah, I haven't really looked into that.
you know anybody who's recently been foreclosed on?
Nope.
Yeah, you should go to this website called Claim It Texas and search your family's name and see if the government owes them any money. I found like $100 for myself. I found like $1,000 for my dad.
I think I already did that. It's crazy though, from the craziest places. I think every state has one.
Yeah, but that's what I'm doing. I gotta find the info on foreclosures, overages, and I'm having a hard time extracting the info.
Isn't there like 1 million people already doing that shit though?
No. Wait, is there? You already know? You know there are people doing it?
I know, I've heard of people doing it, like buying houses just by paying the taxes off.
No, well, yeah, but not just that though. But the government owes those people money, the people that got foreclosed on, and after they auction their house out, and the government owes them what's left over, but they don't necessarily need to tell them. So that's where I come in, right? I find these people, and I tell them for a fee.
Ah.
But think about it, dude. You know how the real estate market has fucking increased so much? It's like way overvalued. Well, anybody who's been foreclosed on here in Texas, right? They probably owe something like, maybe something the remainder of like a $100,000 or $200,000 house, whereas their houses are selling for $500,000 right now. So when they get auctioned, at overpriced as well. So there's a whole bunch of people who have who's owed this money. But
what information do you need to figure out if they're owed anything? Like that Claim My Shit website?
Yeah, it'll be on there. So you can search someone's name and it'll tell you on there, but you got to get the people's names first. So
yeah, but isn't that just public knowledge, just fucking names and addresses? Go down to find it.
Yeah, but you have to search it though.
But what do you mean you have to search it? You have to
Like,
search it
name
in
and
that
text.
website,
It's
right?
not. It's like if I type in my name, it'll pull up a whole bunch of people whose names are close to my name and my name. But it's not just going to give me a list of these people as A and B. It also doesn't. You know what I could do? I could just randomly search people's names, dude.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just go in, just find out the names in your area and shit, names and addresses, and just punch that in.
I know. No. Yeah, dude. That's the part that's difficult, dude. Is the addresses. So you have to find the places that have been foreclosed on. I have this whole real estate program that my girlfriend gave me, but it's not. I haven't found the best way to find these names. So, but don't worry about that. When Jeremy fucking comes back, he's got the VM shit that he's gonna ask about. So
Yeah, it looks like Nate's bored. He wants to talk about flat Earth and shit.
Nate's always bored, dude.
Come on, Nate, give us your breakdown of the latest shit in flat Earth, then.
Yeah, right. He's brushing his teeth for the first time in 2 years, coincidentally. Yeah, there was a massive fight in here earlier, so I figured after that fight, people kind of just fucked off. I'm gonna try that though. I'm gonna try just to find people, just to search people's names to see what I can find.
You two are boring as hell. Talking about that. What the fuck? Yo, well, what are you streaming?
Just trying to find some fucking fools.
You looking for people?
Yeah, hold on. Dude. See, this person's owed $20,000, dude. And that's what my girlfriend won't let me do this, but if in Texas, if you can, have somebody, if somebody accepts you as a power of attorney, which you could just make it as you can make it temporary and just say, hey, you're owed this money. I can collect it for you. You just have this. You have to sign this provincial power of attorney that allow me to collect it for you, and in no time it'll be available to you. Right? I could just. So, anyways, if somebody were to, however, accept power of attorney, I could collect this $18,000 for them, and then I can, in that same contract, I could put 20%. Most likely, it'd be 20%. Some people do 50%. But not everyone's going to allow you to be a power of attorney. So, but why haven't this person collected this $20,000?
They might be dead. I don't know. It's mostly dead people that don't collect their money.
Not really, dude. A lot of people don't even know that this money is owed to them. Most people are dead.
I don't know about that. Unless they ain't giving their taxes and they ain't, following up with their tax, man.
I had money owed to me. I saw my sister. My sister was in here. I saw my parents. They had money that was owed to them.
How do you not know that the government owe you money?
They don't tell you about it.
But you should know.
You should know, but they don't tell you about it. I think my money, it said it was from 6 years ago.
Yeah, but don't you check to see?
I mean, how
you just wait.
There's no way of knowing. Some of this stuff is, because like I said, for instance, if you got foreclosed on, and the bank had taken your property, you moved you out, you're gonna have no idea that they owe you money. But if somebody if they put that house up for auction, and the house sells for more than what you owed them, all the remainder of that money is actually owed back to you. But they're not gonna come find you and give it to you. They're gonna hold on to it until the deadline runs out, and then they just keep it. Oh shit! Look, this person's owed $80,000. Holy shit!
I don't know, man. As far as I know, you can actually check up on these things. I know there's register theft.
Yeah, this is where you check.
All you gotta do is just. Yeah. So why aren't people doing that? That's what I'm asking.
It's not. These people haven't done it. Everyone who's here on this site has the money still owed to them.
Well, I would like to think they must be dead then. I don't know, man. I find it hard that someone wouldn't check up on something like this.
There's a lot of.
But oh well.
Like I said, me, my sister, my brother, my mom, and my dad were all owed some money. But like I said, for the real estate, for the overages, most people don't even know about that. Especially if they get foreclosed on, they don't know that they're going to be owed money.
Were you foreclosed on?
No, not me. No.
Where was you on the? So why were you on the list?
No. This is any money that's owed to you by the government. The government, what do you call that?
Like on your returns and whatnot.
No, anything. So it's like there's lots of different issues.
Yeah, but why did the government owe you money? It must have been for your tax return.
No, I think I had a deposit for like utilities or something like that. some utility deposit. There's all sorts of shit. Usually from banks, like premium refund. These are bank overages. You find a big one, and it has to be a real estate one. That $80,000 one is crazy. when Jeremy turns up, ask him about the VMs. Just DM me, all right? I'm gonna get deep on this web scraping, this claim shit.
What's up?
You killed the chat, did you, White?
Oh, they were spazzing on here about an hour ago.
Oh, man.
Oh, come on. I was off the air for ages, Bandy. Don't blame me.
I had to put them right. Like, they've got no idea how they built LIGO. Absolutely. They tried to tell me how to build LIGO. Like, what the hell is going on? It was insane. Never heard anything about it. And then they tried to double team me, B-Ball and Doofus. And then Hannah came in.
You said B-Ball's doofy?
Oh, yeah,
What did you
definitely. No, B-Ball and Doofus double team me. Then they brought Hannah in, and whoever else they brought in to try and team up on me. It was crazy. Telling me they had to take the curvature of Earth into consideration because on each pier apparently mean sea level is marked. Oh my God, there's evidence of curve because we have a little brass plaque on each of the footings. Damn. It was actually quite ridiculous there at one stage. Quite ridiculous.
According to Eggshells, consensus is now science.
Oh, really? Well, so
Yeah.
consensus on LIGO means that the curvature of Earth was taken into consideration because it's on a website apparently, and we have brass plaques on footings. Didn't know we had brass plaques on footings though, White. Like that was news to me personally.
I mean, I got to be honest. From when last time I argued with Eggshells, kind of ridiculous. I don't even know if it's worth arguing with them. Like, I don't. Did you guys hear? It was like on the science, like how to do a scientific experiment. Did you guys hear that one or no?
Yeah, I remember that one. You demanded to be able to see a dependent or independent variable, and then you couldn't actually label them or name or describe what was the importance of them.
Yeah. No, if you say there's an experiment, it's not my job to label them. It's your job to label them. I'm not making your experiment that I say isn't there. You have to make it.
Right, and we did. We found out what they were, and it also we established that you didn't know what they were.
You never found. What were they?
Speed of the car, how far the ball rolls. Said it about 20
that
times
when we were
in the conversation.
The car is what? The cause or the independent or the dependent variable?
So here again, we're going to play this game. I now know which they are. Before I didn't. Do you know which one you're asking about?
And which one's the dependent?
And I'll tell you which one it is.
Let's hear it.
So sure, you tell me which one is the dependent. I'll tell you which one it is.
Tell me which one it is. This is your experiment.
Right, and I know which they are, but I'm saying you don't know the difference between a dependent or an independent variable. You wouldn't know.
A dependent variable is the effect. Independent variable is the cause. Now, which ones are the ones in your experiment?
You've got that wrong. That's back to front.
What?
Yeah, the dependent variable is the one that you alter. The independent variable is the one that you're trying to observe.
Wow. Well, you're wrong.
I may be wrong. I may have misremembered.
You are wrong.
That's what I read last time. I looked at
the reason why our conversation was ridiculous last time is because you kept acting like it was my job to make your experiment up for you.
Well, it was because you were demanding a thing that you said had to be there, but you weren't able to identify whether it was or not, which to me says you aren't aware of what the importance of the thing is. You're saying you've got to have this thing. I say, okay, tell me whether you could tell whether you're seeing that thing, and you're not able to say that, then it says it's not important to you. It's not important enough to be able to discern its existence or not.
No, I can tell when I see it. I can tell when I see it when the person who says they have an experiment gives it to me. And then I'll know if that's what it is or not.
Okay, so if I didn't tell you which one was which, you wouldn't. No, it's an important question. If I didn't tell you which one was which, would you be able to tell whether you were looking at a dependent or an independent variable?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. The point is, when we were going over it, you were being very. Hey, yo. Thing is, when you were going over it, the way you were behaving about it, saying, "Well, I've given you the independent, dependent," even though you had it, and you were trying to make me look silly, when you were the one who didn't even know what an independent, dependent variable was when we started the conversation.
I readily admitted that a number of times.
Yeah, but you tried to make me look silly, like I was the dumb one, and you were the smart glober, and I was the dumb flat earther, even though you didn't know what you were talking about.
With respect, and you made yourself look silly by demanding to see a dependent or an independent variable, and then when I said, "Please tell me which is which," you couldn't, because it demonstrated you were just repeating mantras you'd heard. You weren't actually able to discern whether what you were learning was the truth or important, because you weren't able to identify them, which did show that you were just parroting something somebody else had said, never taken the time to come to understand it.
Okay, I wasn't able to identify them because they're not there, and this is your experiment. It's not on me to identify. Even if they were there, it's still not on me to identify them. This is your experiment. You're claiming you have one. It's on you to identify them, not me. You're trying to make me look silly. You're trying to make me look silly because you can't identify the independent, dependent variable in your experiment. That makes you look even more dumb.
Well, sure, that might be the case, but the point I'm
making
is
you look more dumb.
The point I'm making is relatively simple, which is if it's an important thing that has to be there, you need to be able to identify it. You just admitted you couldn't. So it cannot be that important that it has to be there to you for your epistemology. It doesn't make sense that you say it has to have these things that I'm not even clear whether I'm looking at them or not. Right? It doesn't make any sense.
We're clear. I'm glad we're clear. It made you look more dumb. You just agreed to that in the sentence before. You can run the tape back. Second of all, they're not there. If they were there, I would. Second of all, they're not there. If they were there, it'd be the job person who says they have an experiment to point them out, not vice versa.
I'm happy to point them out to you again if that would help.
Let's hear it, because you just tried to do it 20 seconds ago, and you didn't know, and you didn't even know what an independent, dependent variable were 2 minutes ago. You can do it now, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Let me just check.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I mean, the experiment was if the laws of conservation of momentum hold, then a cannon fired backwards at 60 kilometers from a car going forward at 60 kilometers would drop straight down. I can control the speed of the car or the velocity it comes.
Sorry, what's independent variable? Your mic just got mad loud.
You're missing the point, Jeremy. If you can't identify them when I tell you what the different bits are, then what you're asking for clearly isn't important to you. It's not meaningful to you.
Your mic just got mad loud. What's the independent variable?
Exactly. That you can't label them.
Exactly. You can't label them. This is making you look more dumb because you can't label your stuff in your experiment.
It's not my experiment. I'm not a physicist. I've never done an experiment in my life, and I would hesitate.
It's not my experiment either. There is no experiment there. There's no experiment. There's no for you to have independent, dependent variables. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Sure. If you can tell me what they are.
So you can't. I'm not able to label
if you can't label your stuff in your experiment.
Yeah, I can't.
Let's move on.
I didn't do an experiment. I'm just claiming that others have.
Experiment there, I know.
It's important for them to know it. If it's important for you to know.
Experiment there. You can't tell me what the critical, crucial pieces of the experiment are. You want me to do it for you. You want me to do it for you. You want me to do it for you, which is hold on a second. You want me to label your shit for you, which is stupid because I'm telling you it's not there.
But you're not able to locate it. You wouldn't know if it was there or
not. Not there.
You can't. Okay.
You can't locate a unicorn because there's no unicorns.
Yeah, this is where you end up getting to. Just sort of shouting over and going, "It's not there." What's important is whether it's there, not whether I.
If it's there, show it to me.
When you put a test forward, hold on, Jeremy.
If it's there, All right, go ahead.
2 seconds, Jeremy. When you put a test forward, right, as an example, writing of a test or experiment with a dependent and independent variable, and then someone asks, and you claim that you know what they are, right, and
No,
someone
I
asks
don't.
you
No,
what
no,
they
no,
are,
no, no.
right?
I didn't claim I
Okay,
knew what they
okay.
were.
Well, I
Loudly
wasn't
and
there.
repeatedly
Okay,
said,
then.
I don't know what they
Okay,
are.
well, I wasn't there. All right, so you don't know what the independent and dependent variables are.
No, I've got a rough idea. You alter one
Okay,
to see the effect in the other.
well, in the experiment that you put forward as an example, right, you've got an idea which is which, yeah?
No, I don't label them in that way. I don't belong to this school of belief.
So
To me, it's got to be testing something. It has to have a failure criteria. Those kind of things matter. This is something that matters to Jeremy. You're asking me about now. That it's got a dependent, independent variable matters to Jeremy, not so much to me.
Okay, so it's not science then if it doesn't have an independent and dependent variable.
Well, because there's other ways to test things without just that narrow way of describing science. And somewhat importantly, all I said was that laws can be tested. Laws of physics can be tested. And Jeremy been on a big thing to say, no, they can't. Tell me a test for a single thing. I looked up one of Newton's first laws of motion, and then found a few tests, and then decided that I rested on the Mythbusters one with the cannon firing backwards out of the car because it's cool. And I thought we'd probably end up talking about it for quite some time. So,
well, if
I told you you could test them.
Jeremy,
Hold on.
Jeremy
I
then
told you
asked,
could test
does
them.
it
Hold
have
on, man.
all that science shit in it?
Jesus
I think
Christ.
was the direct quote he first led with. Does it have all that science shit in it? And I said, which things? And he said, the observed something and the dependent and the independent. And I said, it probably does, but I don't know what those are. If you know what those are and they're important to you, can you explain to me which one is which in this test? Whether it
well,
is
if you're
there.
trying,
You said you could do an
Stuck on the
experiment.
position that because I said that there had been a test done, I had to
breathe.
label all this stuff for him.
Okay,
If he doesn't know what it is,
breathe
it doesn't matter.
writing, breathe writing. If you're trying to find out what the cause and the effect are, you would need to set up experiments in a very specific way by having a dependent and independent variable.
Is one of both ways.
Otherwise, you're not going to find out what the cause or the effect is. Right? They can't both be the same. Right? So you're trying to find out the cause and the effect. So if you are trying to find out the cause and effect and doing science, you would need to have an independent and dependent variable. Otherwise, you're not doing an experiment to find out the cause and effect of anything.
Sure. So let's take that. Okay, let's take that as fact. Happy to stipulate to that. Is it important, Jeremy? Sorry, just a minute.
Can I just respond to what you said a minute ago? Because
this is the same question I asked Jeremy the other night. Is it more important that the dependent and independent variable are there? Or is it more important that I'm able to label them not being a scientist trying to communicate it to somebody else? Which is most important, that it exists in the original experiment or that I'm able to label it to Jeremy?
What's more important is that if you tell somebody you have a unicorn, you need to point to show them the unicorn. If you're going to tell someone you have an experiment, you need to show them the independent, dependent variable. You're talking about a scientific experiment. I never said you couldn't test a law. Obviously, you can test it, see what it does, see if things happen every time. Okay, and it's just checking to see if something happens and doing a scientific experiment is two totally different things. Like I said, you don't have a unicorn and you're telling me you do, and you can't point to it. So this just makes you look foolish.
Look, that's entirely possible. But your position, and it's still on the live stream, was fairly unequivocally for at least a couple of hours that there is no way you can test a law. There is no tests for any laws. Laws can't be tested because we're
experiment. I said experiment. I never said test. I said experiment. Scientific experiment.
Fine. If you want to happy to do that, beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry, I use the word test. Yeah, laws can't be experimented on. So I gave you the first one. Are you now changing your view on that, or are you now comfortable that you can test laws?
Well, you can try to run an experiment. You can try to run an I thought you were done. My bad.
No, you're good.
You can try to run an experiment. You'll never be successful, and if you do, it won't be a law anymore. Give me a successful experiment on a law. I'll run through it with you. There's a reason why they're laws, though, and not theories. A law is just a basic thing that we can see happen. You don't know anything else. You just know it happens. This is what happens every time.
So, Jeremy, if you that's the point you're on, that's fine. We can talk about that because I'm still very interested in that. It seems your position is you cannot test laws.
No, you said the wrong thing again. You can't run a scientific. You can't do a scientific experiment with a law. You can try. I just said this. Were you listening 2 seconds ago? Listening to me 2 seconds ago?
Yeah, I was listening to you 2 seconds ago.
Oh, the last statement I said? Stuff.
Say it again, maybe, because my girlfriend came in. I muted briefly.
You could run a scientific. You could try to run a scientific experiment on a law. You're probably never going to be successful, though.
Why?
Because there's a reason it's a law. It's because we don't know the cause of it. If we knew the cause, there'd be a theory. If we knew the cause, there'd be a theory.
We don't know the cause for.
There'd be a theory of it.
Sure. But I mean, law is saying what happens. It's not saying why it happens. I can get the definitions up again.
That's why there's no experiment. If we did, we would know why it happens. If you had an experiment, you would know why.
I'll go back to these things that we had. Let's have the whole conversation again. Here's the definition when you look it up on Wikipedia, and here's the first words on their page. Scientific laws or laws of science are statements based on repeated experiments or observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomena. Let me read again. Based on repeated experiments.
Is that a scientific experiment or some other kind of experiment they're talking about?
Jeremy, you're the one with a different definition for the word law.
Laws is everything they said without the word experiment in there.
Why? What's important about a law? If a law never breaks, then shouldn't you just be able to test it any way you want and it will always be true? Why would you not be able to do an experiment, even one that fails, on a law? It just makes no sense what you're saying right now.
Yeah, you can do a failed experiment on a law, sure. What good is that?
Okay. And now is it not a law anymore?
No, it's listen. If it happens, and it always happens, it's going to be a law. If you have a scientific experiment on it, then you're going to have a theory on it too.
What are you talking about? Why would you have to have a theory? None of this makes any sense, man. Why, when everybody else in the world who uses the word scientific law means something that is repeatedly experimentally demonstrated such that you can find page after page after page of thing on the internet saying here's some of Newton's laws and here's how you can test them with third graders in your science class.
Yeah, you can test them
to
see
experiments.
You can test them to see if they happen. I agree with that. You can always drop something, see how much it drops. See if the law of conservation of momentum works. You can always see if you can always check the laws and test them. What you're never going to be able to do. Hold on, man. What you're never going to be able to do is run an experiment on them. You could try to run an experiment on them, but you're never going to be successful. If you did, it would be a theory.
Why would you not be able to run a law on something that happens in nature?
Run a law on something?
Sorry, why would you never be able to run an experiment on something that is in law of nature? You just keep stating it, but I don't understand why.
Well, give me one. If there's pages and pages of it on the internet, why don't you give me one with a scientific experiment with a law?
The
maybe
ball coming out the back of the truck.
Okay, what's your independent variable in that experiment?
The independent variable is the speed of the truck.
So the speed of the truck causes, what's your dependent variable?
How far the ball rolls.
The speed of the truck causes how far the ball rolls?
Yes. If the truck is going the same speed as the cannon, the ball will not roll. If the truck is going faster, the ball will follow the truck, roll a little bit with the truck. If the truck is going slower than the cannon, it will roll the other way. So I've got a dependent variable, which is how far the ball rolls, that is influenced by the independent variable, which I'm altering, which is the speed of the truck. So the observed phenomena is when I throw things backwards out of the car, they seem to go slower. When I throw them forwards, they appear to go faster. The hypothesis is if I matched both those speeds, it would drop flat. My independent variable is how far it rolls. My independent variable is how fast I'm going. Dependent variable is how fast I'm stopped. It ticks all of your.
Oh, hold on, man. Hold on. Let's go over it slow because I don't think that's a good independent variable. So the speed of the car dictates how far the ball will roll. That's your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, we drive in a car and throw a ball out of it, and sometimes balls roll, sometimes they don't.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not.
No, but you're now just poo-pooing the experiment. Does it tick all your boxes or not?
What causes the ball? This is supposed to be for the law of conservation momentum, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so what causes the ball to conserve momentum?
It's not the question we're not trying to ask. If you want to
Yeah,
do a
we're
different
trying to figure
experiment
out.
that asks that question, go right ahead. Fill all your old criteria. That's not what's trying to be tested in this.
What are you testing? How far a ball
Whether
rolls?
momentum is conserved by matching the two speeds of the things.
We know that. That's the law. Yes, that's the law. You're checking to see if the law happens, and it does.
Yes.
Congratulations.
So it's okay to do that experiment on a law.
It's not an experiment. All you're doing is checking to see if the ball. All you're doing is checking to see if the ball rolls.
Yes, that's
You're
what I
not.
would call an experiment. Why is it not an experiment?
That's because you don't have a viable independent variable.
Yes, I do. How fast the car's going.
It's not telling you anything about why conservation of momentum is conserved. You're just seeing that it happens.
What's wrong with it now? Create a new problem for it.
You're just seeing that it happens. You just admitted this five seconds ago. All you're checking to see that it happens.
I think you heard 5 seconds ago, but it does. None of what you're saying makes any sense, mate. You're complaining that there's a thing up there that I keep pointing at and showing you. Here's the dependent. Here's the independent. Here's all of the criteria you have for a scientific experiment. You're happy to call it a test, but for some reason, even though Wikipedia says you can do experiments on laws, you've got it in your head that that's not the case.
Yeah, that's not the case. And let me tell you why. That's not the case. And let me tell you why. I don't know how they're using the word experiment, but they're not using it correctly because that's not an experiment. You're not a scientific experiment. You're not finding out anything about why the law of conservation of momentum happens. You're just finding out that it does happen. That's all you're doing.
Failing to disprove the law. Yeah, my experiment fails to disprove the conservation of momentum.
No, it fails to show why it happens, which is what a scientific experiment does. It shows why things happen. The how, the why.
It's horseshit, mate. It's just made up. Where did you get this bit from now?
I didn't make that up. That's what an independent dependent variable does.
No, it's not, but the dependent and independent variable is asking about how you test something, not what you are and aren't allowed to test in science. You just made this stuff up about here's what you've got to be testing in science. Nobody's ever said that. Just made up nonsense.
I've got like 100 citations saying what an independent dependent variable is, what an experiment is.
That's not the point you're speaking on when you say that. What you're saying is here's what you can and can't test. Those tests you're doing aren't valid because I've got this weird idea in my head about dependent independent variables, which frankly do not relate to what you're talking about. Is what questions do you ask in science? Fair enough question to ask, but it's not related to whether you need a dependent or an independent variable. It's just yet another weird misconception you have.
It's not a misconception. Like I said, I have 100 citations backing me up.
Okay. So, show me one citation or anything. I mean, I don't require this science to be done on this because this is semantics, where you've got something that says that a scientific law cannot be experimented on. And I will show you as many as you want. You pick a number, ideally fewer than 100, and I will show you that many websites, reputable websites that say that you can test a law. You can do an experiment.
That's that weird Gen Panda shit. If you know what an experiment is, okay, if you know what an experiment is and what a scientific experiment would need to have and what it shows, then you would know. I'm never that's what Gen Panda used to do all the time. Show me a citation that says astronomy is not science.
What are you talking about? You're not having a conversation with Gen Panda. I've got no idea.
I know, but you're doing this. I know you're doing the same weird thing. I can't find you a citation that says that. I can find you citations that back up what I'm saying as far as what an experiment is, what it does. So
fine.
I don't know what to tell you.
If you want to go with your form of the experiment, that's fine. But it's not. I mean, you're changing what you're talking about from second to second. 1 minute you're saying science has to ask why questions, which is, I mean, completely against the QE nonsense. So this is coming from even weirder places than the previous bit. But it's got nothing to do with whether you've got a dependent or an independent variable. How you've managed to conflate the two in your head is beyond me. But it's like you're trying to win an argument about one thing by sort of deliberately misunderstanding it. But I know you're not deliberately misunderstanding it, so I'm just confused. But this has got all the requirements that you have, that it have a dependent and an independent variable. It meets all of those requirements. And yet for some reason, you still don't think it's an experiment.
And then we don't know we don't know why conservation momentum happens. It just does.
That's not what this experiment is trying to ask. Arguably, it is I mean, you describe for me how you could test that, because that is a semantics question. Why doesn't really ask a scientifically answerable question? What is the,
you can't answer that
cause
question
of this effect? Does it relate to mass? Those are scientific questions. Why? I mean, because God wills it. It's not an answerable question. It's stupid to suggest that that's what science really answers.
Right. Well, we can find out why water boils. We can find out why people get scurvy. There's a whole bunch of why questions that science answers because that's what it does.
Tell me why water boils then.
Because of heat and pressure. It depends on what your independent and dependent variables are, and your controls are.
So now you can't.
You can. It depends on what your independent and dependent variables are. I can show you that it's pressure, or I can show you that it's heat.
So
as to why water boils.
Why water boils? If it could be pressure, it could be heat.
Yes, we know why it boils because we have controls in our scientific experiment that tell us. We control for pressure, and we can just add heat.
Silly, mate. That you think you won
I
that
know
discussion
it's
is also weird to me. It's clearly important.
I know
whether
because the way you were
the independent variable exists, not whether I label them to Jeremy. That's the fundamental point I was getting at with you, Bandsaw, which I think still stands. It doesn't matter whether I can label it to him. If it matters to him whether it's there, he should be able to label them.
Well,
no.
If we control the speed of the vehicle, right, it's always traveling at 60 kilometers an hour. So wouldn't that be a dependent variable right there? If it's always, so that would be a dependent variable.
No, you're altering the speed of the car to see how much it makes the ball roll.
Well, I was going to say we alter the ball, so we use a tennis ball, a basketball, a golf ball.
You can alter as many variables as you want, but what you're saying is this resulting behavior is dependent on that one. Tennis ball or bowling ball or cannonball doesn't seem to make a difference. What seems to matter, the variable that does seem to impact this dependent one is speed. Yeah, so you can go for more variables if you want to. If your whale farts kind of business.
Hey, dude. I gotta tell you that I got fucking muted in a channel when I was having an okay conversation. It's like, all of a sudden not okay? What the fuck?
Oh,
sorry for my swearing, by the way. I know you guys are live.
Hey, guy, mate, it wasn't here, so don't bring that gripe here. So it wasn't here. I don't think.
I know you guys are live, and I apologize about that. But it's already done.
Oh, anyway,
don't you think
I've lost my train of thought now.
Don't you think it's valid though, Bandy, the point I raised, which is if dependent and independent variable do matter, as it appears to Jeremy they do, he should be able to label them. He should be able to immediately spot when I describe a test. He should go up. Yep, speed of the car is definitely the independent variable because that is the one you can vary. And what you're watching is how far the ball rolls. So that's your dependent variable. And I can spot them because it's important to me. And so I'm able to understand the difference between them. Whereas it sounded to me and still sounds to me like Jeremy just wanted to go, you don't have the things that I heard you need. And I don't really know what they are, but I'm pretty sure you need them. So I can throw out your evidence because it doesn't have these things.
Dude, I can't stand the way you fucking argue, dude. You're trying to make me look stupid, dude. This is so annoying and such a sneaky, sleazy fucking tactic. I
So
do know what
Jeremy,
an independent
you started a
variable is.
personal attack
I
on me
do
while
know
you
what
didn't
I
think
do
I
know
was
what an
here,
independent
and now
variable
you're
is.
calling me sleazy and slimy. That's a bit rich, mate. When
Tactics
I
you're
came
doing
into this
are, yes.
room,
The
you were talking about
tactics
me
you
behind
just
my
did on
back,
me and what you're
and now
doing
you're
now with
calling me
overtalking
sleazy
me
and
when I
slimy.
wasn't done yet.
It's a bit weak.
Yeah, the tactics you're doing on me now. Hold on, Vanza. The tactics you're doing on me now and the ones you just did to me, they are being sleazy because you're acting
Mischaracterizing
like
my
I don't
point
know what
while
I
I'm
know,
not
and you
here.
won't let me finish. You won't let me finish. I know. Another sleazy tactic. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Well, you're attacking my character, and this comes on the tails of you making comments about me while I wasn't around, and you're going, "Oh,
You're
you're the one who's sleazy and slimy." But
you're
I was
sitting here talking.
mischaracterizing the conversation, and trying to present it like I beat eggshells the other day.
You're sitting here
No, right?
talking shit like I don't know what an independent and dependent variable is after I clearly outlined them. It's just a sleazy tactic. And the way you're trying to make it out to be like I should be able to spot your unicorn is another sleazy tactic. It's fucking disgusting. It's literally disgusting, dude.
Right. The point still stands. If you don't
Yeah.
agree with it, that's fine. But the point is, if these dependent independent variables are important to you, you should be better at spotting them.
Yes, I should be able to spot your unicorn that I say doesn't exist. I know.
You should be able to hear somebody describe an experiment, know what that experiment is testing, and know whether the variables are effectively testing that. Because here's an example of why it's important. Earlier today, I explained to the room, you might not have been here, but this is why it's important. I explained to the room why Brian's Flat Earth tests thing where he showed he needed containment because he only tested with containment. I needed to explain to the room why that's not a proper test. Anybody who understands the point of the dependent and independent variable can immediately understand why if you just go, hey, I need containment because I just gave it containment and it worked, isn't testing the proposition because they're not altering the variable that affects the outcome, then they're not understanding this nonsense that you're talking about. They just repeat it. That's what I think you do. You just say this thing that you've heard other people say and you think gets to debunk the point, but you haven't understood the point.
Yep. More sleazy tactics, telling me I don't understand. I don't know what I'm talking about. I know. Keep talking shit, dude. Keep talking that shit.
At least I'm telling you to your face, Jeremy. I think you don't know shit. Yes, I'm telling you to face rather than behind your back.
Like I said, sleazy tactics.
When you thought I couldn't hear you, now suddenly I'm calling it to your face and it's sleazy.
Dude, I didn't care if you could hear me or not. The things you were doing the other day were sleazy, just like you're doing now. It's fucking disgusting,
I'm holding you
dude.
to account for the things that you claim are necessary to explain why they're necessary. That's all I'm asking.
I'll tell you what you're doing. I'll tell you what you're doing now. I know you wanted to answer your own question. You didn't want me to answer, but I'll tell you what you're doing now. Sure. You're making it seem like I don't know things that I clearly stated. You're making it sound like I'm just regurgitating things that I don't know anything about. This is just a dirty tactic that you're using. Another dirty tactic is you're making me try to. Another dirty tactic is you're trying to make me spot out your shit that I'm telling you doesn't exist. I'm saying, look, this thing doesn't exist. You're saying, yeah, it does, and you should be able to spot it. It doesn't even make sense what you're doing. Honestly, it's nonsensical.
I get that you need that to be the case. I'm just sorry that it's not. You can play back the tape if you want. I made the point very clear. If these things, it's the same point I'm making right now. If these things are important to you, you would be able to recognize them. If this wasn't just a conversational ploy that you'd learnt from QE, it would be important enough for you to be able to recognize and point out these different variables. You can't, so it obviously isn't. Call this sleazy after starting this shit while I wasn't in the room is weak.
Yeah, you don't have any experiment for the conservation of momentum, dude.
You've just proven his point, eggshells. Exactly.
I didn't care if you were in the room or not.
Point,
I didn't care if you were in the room or not. I honestly was hoping you weren't here because I didn't want to get engaged with you because I think your tactics are classic Glober anti-flat earther tactics, and they're just disgusting.
Sure. And I think you're misinformed and this aggression gets in the way of you understanding things.
It's not aggression. I'm just saying your guys' tactics, especially you, are just disingenuous, to say it nicely.
It's not really saying it nicely, mate. You failed on that front.
I find them rather.
That was me being nice.
And I take umbrage. I'm the only one that's allowed to use the word slimy.
That's just slimy tactic to call someone slimy. Like there is no bigger burn in the world than subtly flinging the slimy thing out when you're having a conversation about facts.
That's my word, slimy.
That explains why you frequent the places you do, Bandsaw.
Oh!
Shit. Issa came in hot.
Man, okay then. All right. It's on my Donkey Kong, my friend. Here we go. I hope you break a guitar string or swallow your pick.
Oh, cheers. I need my old lady to buy me more strings.
There you go. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Here we go.
Too good.
And I don't think Brian did. He only did a demonstration, actually, not an experiment.
They think everything you do is an experiment. They think anything you do is an experiment.
Yeah,
No,
he
I
only
think
did
every
it.
test should have a failure condition. That's my only position on it.
No, well, he did a demonstration.
Right, but a test.
Yeah.
Like the example I used was if I say all chairs must be made out of wood, then I make a chair out of wood. Have I proven my proposition? And immediately when I say it like that, everybody in the room goes, no, you clearly haven't. You've just affirmed the consequent or whatever the fuck it's called. You know, you've just reasoned fallaciously to an assertion, to a solution. You've got to be able to alter variable, which is the importance of what Jeremy's talking about. You need to be able to alter variables such that you could fail to get the result you're after, showing that variable is the thing that makes you hit or miss. That's at least my view of it. You need to have a failure condition in your tests.
Yeah, but you did use the example of Brian's experiment, you called it, or test. I think it was just a demonstration myself, and you said, you know, it was. I think you inferred. Correct me if I'm wrong. That you inferred that it was set up for failure from the beginning, considering what is claimed, right? That everything is contained anyway, or from the flat Earth side. It's all in a container.
Wanted to shortcut getting to the point where they said, but it's all contained anyway, which makes it an unfalsifiable claim, an untestable claim. But more importantly, I rather than going down the rabbit hole of watching a 20-minute video, I shortcutted it by saying, did he test the condition of no containment, or did he just use a container and say, aha, it's necessary? At which point the conversation went a little bit quiet because I suppose hasn't altered the variable, so he's not really testing.
How could you do it? You could get those same balloons, right, and set them up over a cold bucket of water and a hot bucket of water and see if there's any movement in those balloons, perhaps.
Maybe. I mean, I think the simplest would just be testing. Can you hold gases in place without there being a container? Can a force or an acceleration keep gases or increase their density in one place versus another? And if you've done that, just proven this necessity for a container if a force will do.
Can't you do that?
Under force, even just do it with an acceleration. They're saying that an acceleration can cause a containment, so I'm now going to accelerate this closed container and show that the gas remains evenly spread throughout. Therefore, forces do not affect gases. Therefore, the only way to have gases is with a container. I mean,
can't you contain, and I could be wrong here, but can't you contain plasma with a magnetic field?
Can't you contain, say again?
Plasma with a magnetic field.
They switch. They switch back.
Go on, sorry.
They switch back and forth from plasma to not plasma, because the other day we were arguing about the sun being gas, and they said, no, it's not gas, it's a plasma. which I quickly pointed out. Well, what about the times when we said you can't have gas pressure without a container, and you used plasma, and then argued that plasma is gas, and then they will argue the other side of it when it suits them. This is that anti-flat earther shit they do.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy. I don't really talk much about plasma.
It's the double speak. I know. I've never
just
heard
have
you
low
do that.
confidence in your ability to recite other conversations because I just heard you reciting a conversation with me. And in my opinion, you got it wrong. You got my position wrong, which is the important position. If that's the one you're
Well, I was dictating your position was that I should be able to spot your unicorn, and I didn't. That was your position. You were telling me I should be able to spot the independent and dependent variable.
Sure, that is.
That's what I said. I wasn't misrepresenting your position.
He's just being a sly dog again, Jeremy.
You've got to be able to find it in order for it to be an experiment. Is that what I was saying? Close to what I was saying? Not at all, really, was it?
Slippery slide.
You were saying that I should be able to spot your thing. You were acting like you had won the conversation because I couldn't spot your unicorn.
Yeah.
The thing you said existed.
Because it does exist there, but you're not able to spot it, demonstrating that it is not that important to you.
Either way, we
you need to be there, but then when I give you the information required to discern if it's there, you're not able to.
Yeah.
To me, is a good indication that you're just using it as a conversational ploy to try to win an engagement. You're not actually understanding the point I'm making.
Yeah, I do understand the point you're making. Your point is that you have a unicorn somewhere, and you're telling me to spot it, and I'm telling you there's no unicorn there.
Well, I mean,
AKA
do you agree
independent
it's more
variable.
important whether there is these variables and independent variables, or whether I'm able to describe them to Jeremy? Is it still a test if they do exist, are somewhere in some boffin's notebook, but I don't describe them? Does that still make it a test? I think it does.
We're not talking about tests. We're talking about a scientific experiment.
Cool. It's another word.
These words aren't like, I don't know. I can test to see if a law happens over and over again.
Experiment if the dependent and independent variables are there, they are labeled, but some guy who's not an a scientist who didn't do the experiment can't label them. Which one's most important, Jeremy? That they are there, or that Harry Key can label them?
It's important that they're there. It's more important that they're there. Yes, and I'm telling you they're not there.
So
and I'm telling you they're not.
there,
And I'm telling you they're not there.
Describe them to you. You seem to matter whether they're there, but you can't tell if they're there. So doesn't work.
Okay, and I'm telling you they're not there.
Right, but then we establish that they are, the speed of the car and how far the ball rolls.
Yeah, which doesn't tell you anything. It tells you that conservation of momentum happens.
Okay,
doesn't tell you anything about.
With you, Jeremy. All the scientific community, Wikipedia disagrees with you. I disagree with you. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody speak up in defense of you in this room, but you're right. Laws can't be tested. That test didn't have a dependent and independent variable. We're all wrong, everybody, and you're right.
Yeah. So when you do this on let's say use something easy like water boiling. In the end, you know why water boils, right? In the end of your shit, you don't know why conservation of momentum happens. You still have no idea. And you think you're winning this. It's laughable.
Well, mate, if it's important to you that you're there, you should be able to spot them. Drop of a hat, you should be able to go, bang, I know what one that is. Because it's important to me that these are there. If I can describe to you everything that happens in the experiment, but you still don't know which one's which, that demonstrates the point I've been making over and over again.
If you say you have a unicorn and I can't spot it, then that's my bad. Yeah, that makes sense.
Unicorn, or maybe you don't know how to spot unicorns.
You don't have an experiment here. You definitely don't have anything that's going to turn into a theory like what we were talking about. Remember, we were talking about laws becoming theories, and I was like, well, they're never going to be theories.
One page, rather than just having this whole debate again for another 4 hours, one page that ends with .edu or is in some way what I would find mainstream reliable, even not that reliable, even like a reasonably good forum post that says that laws can't be tested, that supports the fundamental assertion that we've been debating about this whole time. One, just show me one and I will show you 100. That's the proportion. So if you show me 5, I'll have to show you 500. Go. Just one.
Here we go. Ready? Well, this doesn't end in EDU, but oh, should I click on it?
It needs to support the assertion.
Show him
laws
10.
cannot be tested. Laws cannot have experiments conducted upon them.
Here we go. Ready? This is from Libre Text. Do you trust those people?
Yep.
You good with the Libre Text?
He only wanted one, so just give him.
I know it doesn't end in .edu though.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, dude. I don't care. You could go on the rest of your life thinking whatever you want. Eggshells is fine with me.
No, the one I'll take this Libra.edu. Go for it. That laws can't be tested.
It's not an EDU, and it doesn't say laws can't be tested, but
Sorry,
it clearly
you can't do an
defines.
experiment. You can't do an experiment.
Here's what it says. A scientific law is a statement that summarizes the relationship between variables. An experiment is the controlled method of testing a hypothesis. You know what a hypothesis test is called? Experiment.
So that sounds like it's saying you can test it. Where's the bit in that you read it can't test it? I'm reading the opposite in what you just read out to me. Maybe I'm probably missing something.
Find another one.
Missing a lot.
Sure. If you spot it there, White.
I think I read the same. I think I read the wrong one. Hold on.
Yeah, that one sounded like it said what I was saying.
I don't know, dude. I don't have time for this. I'm waiting for a kid's bus.
You've had enough time to talk about it with me for hours today and hours the other day. You've got enough time to find one website that says that scientific laws aren't able to be tested or experimented on.
Oh, here we go. In general, this is from Live Science. You like them?
Yeah.
In general, a scientific law is a description of an observed phenomena. It doesn't explain why the phenomena exists or what causes it. That's why you're never gonna have a theory out of it. The explanation for a phenomena is called scientific theory.
Yes.
It is a misconception.
Nor is it testing the proposition. I'm trying to get you to show something that says scientific laws can't be tested. What you're saying is here is something talking about what scientific theory is.
Well, let him finish what he was reading. I might get to that.
It is a misconception that theories turn into laws with enough research.
Sure. That still doesn't support your proposition.
Well, the part where it says it doesn't, in general, scientific law is the description of an observed phenomena.
Sure.
Do you know how you test the observed phenomena?
Do an experiment.
Yeah, with an independent variable. Explain why the phenomena.
You're looking for a quote that says that you can't do that with a law.
It doesn't. Let me read the next sentence. It doesn't explain why the phenomena exists or what causes it.
Exactly. Sure. Yep.
Yeah. So the cause, the independent variable, the cause of the effect. That's why they're clearly stating here it's only a description of the observed phenomena. There's an observed phenomena. We see it happen. We can describe what happens. It doesn't. It's telling you right here. You can't test it. You'll never know the cause or the. Like I don't understand how you. This citation totally backs me up right here, and it's.
Mate,
I don't understand.
What I asked you to find was really clear to everybody in this room, and it was an example of any reputable institution saying that scientific laws can't be tested. And what you found is something that says the scientific law doesn't explain why something happens, just that it will happen. They're totally different things. You're nowhere in the same ballpark as one another, and you're trying to run away with that as success. It's just silly. It's not fooling anybody here. What you need to find is something that says your simple proposition that you've said to me multiple times, which is scientific laws can't be tested. That's what you need to prove.
I mean, I just from what I read just now should tell you that it can't be, because in general, a scientific law is the description of your dependent variable. That's all you have is a dependent variable, and you can describe what happens with it. Do you understand that part?
I don't have a problem with that part. It's just you
Okay.
seem to have this idea that that an experiment needs to answer a different question or something, and it's becoming less clear by the moment, I must admit. So if there's something you think I'm missing, do hit me with it.
Yeah, it doesn't. So in general, scientific law is the description of an observed phenomenon, which means you have your dependent variable. You can only describe what happens with it. Okay. It doesn't explain why the phenomena exists or what causes it.
Cool.
The explanation for a phenomena is called a scientific theory.
I don't feel I'm being unclear about what I'm asking for.
You're asking for that Gem Panda shit where you try to make me find a citation for something dumb.
It's a claim you're making, which I can show you multiple sources that say the opposite, that say that you can test them. It's only when they repeatedly fail to be broken in tests do you call it a law.
Yeah, we're not talking about tests, we're talking about scientific experiments. You keep using those words like they're interchangeable. I can test to see if a law happens all day. What you're not going to do is run a scientific experiment on a law and come to find out why it happens. You're never going to have a theory on it.
Again and again, that is your assertion. I'm clear on your assertion. All of us here know what it is that you're claiming. What we're asking for is somebody other than you saying the same thing, which I feel is like a reasonable request. Could you show me anybody who's saying scientific laws are untestable? You cannot do a scientific experiment on a scientific law. That's what you need to find. Not that they don't say the why, because that's not the question we're asking. We're saying, can you do a scientific experiment on a law? If you
No, you can do an experiment on the underlying hypothesis that base that law is based on, but you can't test the law itself because it is just a description.
Who described it?
That would be a consensus.
Right. Could they be wrong?
Of course.
Would an experiment determine whether they are wrong?
No, not one.
Would multiple experiments determine that they are wrong?
No, it would. Multiple experiments would potentially create a different law.
So it's a law that gets disproven.
Well, no. Doesn't get even proven correct. It's just a description.
It's just a description.
Can be written as a formula, I suppose, a mathematical formula, I suppose, would describe a scientific law.
Okay.
Whereas
and would that law be testable? If I said every action has an equal and opposite reaction, such that if I fire a cannonball backwards out of my car at 60 while going at 60, it'll drop straight down. That's my hypothesis based on the observed phenomena of thinking maybe that.
No, you're testing a hypothesis, which then comports to a law.
Okay. So before it was a law, I could do tests on it. Then somebody made it a law and then described to me what happened next, such that now I'm no longer able to test this thing. I used to be able to test before we called it a law. Then I agree with you. I think you're 100% on the
one thing wasn't called a law.
You repeatedly test it and you fail and you call it a law.
So if you keep on trying to test a law with multiple experiments, right, and those multiple experiments falsify that law, well, then haven't you falsified that law then?
Yes, absolutely.
With multiple experiments. Well, I thought I just heard that no, you haven't. You just created a different one. Is that what you said, Wyatt?
I think laws are relatively.
Well, put it this way: if there's a law, it's thoroughly been established through multiple different tests, like hypothesis tests, experiments, right?
Yeah.
So if you're going to create different tests, right, different ones, and they somehow, if you're going to claim that they somehow invalidate a law that other tests have sort of
validated,
established, then you're essentially creating a different law.
Well,
because unless you're going to repeat the same tests and then show that those tests now don't comport to the law, then you're creating a different law because you've got to repeat the same tests that were done right, to form the description of the law, and then show that they come up with different results now for some reason.
What you do also need to note, I think, is that you're now agreeing with me that laws can and should be tested. That's how they become laws, and you're disagreeing with Jeremy, who thinks that laws
No,
cannot be.
no,
Cannot
the
be experimented.
hypotheses need to be tested, eggshells. Can you repeat that back?
Hypotheses need to be tested. Sure. Can laws be
Right,
tested?
not the laws. No.
So you just
Laws are
create a
descriptions.
different. So you just create a different law then.
I mean, it's just
Exactly,
changed.
with different experiments.
Okay then.
When we,
But it is
do you reckon
consensus, nothing definitive.
what do you all reckon about how closely we are talking all about the same thing when we say scientific law? That we all mean the same thing? Likely, unlikely? Because that's what it's about to, right? Down to semantics.
Well, semantics, everything is.
Yeah. When
Everything
I say
is,
law,
mate.
that word, that mouth sound means something. And to me, I go with the same definition that's in Wikipedia. Not because it's correct, but it is correct because it's there, because everybody uses that one.
Yeah, but are you aware that there's scientific laws and there's scientific theories and theories, and then there's a big difference.
Well,
So
I think everybody who uses that word uses it slightly differently. I'm sure people even misuse it in science.
So listen to this. So this is what Reckoner says. Laws are usually not universally applicable and meant to be broken. Law is more like a general outcome that everyone could verify. Would we agree with that?
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, the laws are so reliable that you don't even have to be very careful about your other variables, in order to do an experiment on them with an observed phenomena, a dependent independent variable, and an observed result, measurable result. Yeah, that because they're laws, right? So whereas other things is like, oh, you don't want to, do the other thing, and there's like lots of variables, and it's not quite a law. Whereas a law, you can do an experiment on any day of the week, and it'll always come out the same. Which is why, if you go just experiments on Newton's laws of motion, I'll just Google it now. An inertia experiment, science experiment, science for kids.
Your mic is doing that thing. Harry.
I'll join and leave and rejoin. So, is that better?
Oh, it is what it is.
Right.
I don't know why it does it though.
So this is all describing how you can do science on Newton's first law. And the description on Wikipedia either says Jeremy's wrong or he's operating from a different definition of the word. Maybe that can end it.
Dude, show me the experiment for why the second law of thermodynamics happens, or why the conservation of momentum happens, or why Newton's law of whatever happens. You're never going to do it.
Why is a science question, really? Describe to me how you could science a why question. If I say, why does this jet go? How do you science that? That doesn't sound like a science question. Describe for me the test. Dependent and independent variables and all. How far will this ball roll if I drive at 66? That sounds like a scientific question. But like, why? You need to clean up that question and make it make more sense to me before I can even hope to guess at its how I'd answer it, you know? Andy, do you get my point on this? About the importance of being able to tell? I mean, it's like a plumber came into my house and said, well, did he put a silt trap in? I'm like, I don't know, what's a silt trap? If I showed you all of the things around the house, could you tell me what the silt trap is? I would judge your worthiness as a plumber based on whether you could identify the silt trap, if the silt trap's even a thing.
Look, I'm the whole what is a law and what is a theory and all that sort of stuff. I don't. It's a realm I haven't entered into. I'd much rather argue how they built the LIGO arms. I'm far more confident on that sort of thing, to be honest with you.
Fair enough.
I really haven't done any real investigation into it. You know, I've read what I've read on Wiki and a couple of other posts and whatnot, but I'm sitting on the fence. I see both sides. I'm not committed one way or the other. But I'm very committed when it comes to building the arms of LIGO. Very committed.
Yeah, here we go. This is from
upset.
This is from masterclass.com. Hold on. This is from masterclass.com. Like theory, scientific laws describe phenomena that the scientific community have found to be provably true. Generally, laws describe what will happen in a given situation as demonstrated by a mathematical equation. So it's either just describing the dependent variable. They're saying, here's what's going to happen. It's going to fall at X meters per second squared. Then you have in a given situation as demonstrated by mathematical equation, whereas theories describe how the phenomena happens.
Sure. We're looking for laws and whether you can do an experiment on a law.
So the theory explains why it happened. The whole hypothesis is trying to work out the why it happened.
Right, but the thing we're trying to look for is it possible to do an experiment on a law? And I can find page after page of experiments done.
No.
Oh my God.
That's the bit I'm asking.
Dude, you're blowing my eardrums out, bro. You're blowing my eardrums.
I'm talking super quietly. I don't know what's going on.
Do you
like
Sorry, Jeremy.
I had to turn my mic down the first time. It's still crazy loud though. I don't know.
Do you move closer to your mic at all when that happens? Okay.
I do sometimes throughout the day move closer or further from the mic, but when you guys say it, I've just been sitting here. I feel like it's automatic gain control in Discord, but I've been through the voice settings so many times.
Yeah, I know. I've mentioned it a few times to you.
Yeah, and I'm usually able to sort that kind of stuff.
But a law can be broken though, and aren't.
Yeah, that I think may well be true.
So if you can break it, it means you can test it or do an experiment on it, wouldn't it? If you can break it.
Yeah, if it's a phenomena, like that's the only requirement. Is it that you observe a naturally occurring phenomena? If balls moving in certain directions is a phenomena, then all you need to do is pick your variables and test it. That's what a scientific experiment is.
Laws are established after multiple experiments.
Yeah,
right.
we're all
Multiple. So you can't just do one. If you think you're going to come along with one that's going to fuck it, right? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, we're all.
You have to show that the multiple tests or experiments that were done were faulty in some way.
So what if they couldn't find that your experiment wasn't faulty in any way, but broke that law?
My understanding is you don't.
Well, if that was if.
Here, go on. Sorry, I've said enough.
I was going to say if that were to happen, then there's obviously a lot of scrutiny would be placed around the people that did all the fucking other experiments and how honest they were. Yet that hasn't happened. Like the law, for example, something in motion will stay in motion, or something at rest will stay in rest until acted upon. How would you test that law without creating a hypothesis and actually having an experiment? So you're actually testing a hypothesis. You're not testing the law. You're testing your hypothesis.
In a way, yeah, you're using a hypothesis to test the law. But if the hypothesis is right, particularly given if it's a law rather than just a theory, you can.
No, they're different things.
Yeah, exactly. I'm agreeing they're different things. It's just
but isn't sorry, isn't a law basically just to the best of your knowledge? Like something will stay. Something. Well, hold on. Well, something will stay in. Something will stay in motion until something else acts upon it. Right? Is a law, right? But we actually haven't tested the nothing acting upon it.
Well, you can attempt to do that. Sure, my understanding is it's something that says this happens so often, and we never don't see it happen that we're going to call it a law.
Yeah.
That every time we test it, it happens the same way.
Now it makes logical sense that it would keep on moving, right, until something else acts upon it. I'm not going to disagree with that, but it hasn't really been tested to its entirety, has it?
Well, I mean, one test is not meant to be all tests. Can you do more tests on it? Yeah, absolutely, sure. Like you can devise any, like that's why there's so many YouTube, Google pages for teachers to go, here's how you can experiment with Newton's laws of motion, because there's so many ways to do it. Because it's so easy. I think that's kind of important.
I do find it peculiar, though, that a lot of their, like, aren't there like a lot of laws, like, okay, in a vacuum, like they presuppose in a vacuum, this would do that, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the typical physics joke is like, first we assume the cow is a sphere and traveling in a vacuum.
Right.
Like,
and that's
one thing cows aren't, and the one place they never are.
And right, and I think that's the one, and I think that's because I think you and, or it's like we wind up talking past one another sometimes, and all this is like the idea that they conflate certain things, and that's I think the quote unquote flat Earth point of contention. You know what I mean? Is that like everyone is saying like well, in a vacuum, this is like take for instance the idea like it's like conservation. Thank you. Like it presupposes like this mythical vacuum where something's moving through space, and I think that's the bandsaw's thing where it's like you can't. It's never really been tested. Like we've tried to create frictionless attempts at like what I mean, like, but we can't actually demonstrate it.
Yeah, you can't get to the end of the variables.
Right, and that's where. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on. No. And I was just thinking too, just like the idea of like a law. To me, again, law equals the term contract, like indistinguishable. And so, like it's like between the chemicals involved. It's like like it's like established to some extent. But then you've got this, like I said, inflation. Like take like we could like I don't know what the law of like I guess it would be the thermodynamics or something, but like the pressure without a container argument. That's our point of contention in the sense that there's no way to test it in regards to our Earth. You know what I mean? Like the idea that there's a pressure gradient. Well, we can manipulate that. You know what I mean? We can get a pressure gradient in a pressurized environment. And I just think it's interesting that some of mainstream science point. This is what allows me to have dark polarity. By the way, it's the idea that some of these presumptions are so grandiose. You know what I mean? As to say that they could conclusively say one thing or the other. But that's the problem with, and that's our point of contention with NASA and these agencies, is they've taken away the mystery of the debate, by B, concretizing this notion that a rocket took a man to the moon and settled this profound fucking issue. Like, this is their problem. You know what I mean? I think, if that makes any sense. I'm just rambling.
Yeah. No, I think I mean I feel you on all of these things. I think it is supposing things that in some ways it sounds like what you're saying is they're almost an affront to God.
Well, I don't care. I don't even care about that. It's like, they're an affront to the truth. It's like if I tell you what's around the corner and you start telling me, but you don't know what the fuck is around the corner from my house. You know what I mean? Like, you sound retarded. It sounds like the ravings of a madman.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, and that's the problem is it's like, how could you know is the only answer. How could I know what's around the corner? It's like, look under there. And you say underwear and I laugh. You know what I mean? Because you said underwear. It's just stupid to me. I don't know.
So would it be less of an affront to you if I said, here's what I think happens?
Yes, of course. Or even if you added if, to me, that's why I grant complete fucking carte blanche to anyone that says, if this, then this. Because that makes total sense to me that you would come to that conclusion. It's rational. I can deal with it.
Yeah.
But it's when it's from just some rant, or someone can't explain their position as to why, etc. That's what's, whatever. But I just think like the idea of like, hey, if we can detect this, it seems like we're moving. And they agree with that, that's fine, perfectly fucking acceptable. It's when someone then tries to concretize that in my world and say like, hey, well, this equals this, so we have to be this. It's like, whoa, buddy. There's so many other variables involved. You know what I mean? That it's unscientific of you to take the position of this is exactly what it is, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Because I think, and I don't blame you of that, Eggs. I think, there's like, or Doofus or a bunch of you guys, like, I think you're completely capable fucking people. You know what I mean? And I just think like, and kudos to you for being in the conversation to even get to this point. Do you know what I mean? Because like it takes a while. A lot of people just are like frustrated and leave it, and they get wound up with somebody who's just going to tell them they're a conspiratard. They're a fucking idiot, and and you wind up in these, and you got to get through all that too. Anyway, but at the same time, there's some really good shit going on in the questioning of all this stuff. Because like these dickheads are making and labeling and making accusations like. I don't know. I just think like if you accept, and this is why our point is so hard against NASA and stuff like this. It's like if you accept this moon landing and this dropping of the feather and the hammer and everything, then it's like everything is settled for you. And I think when they did that, it's a Bernaysian tactic to settle your cosmology, to be able to put you in a philosophical position that they want you in to some extent. And then you look at the the potential fakery involved and all the stories about it. It's a little more intriguing than Christopher Columbus discovered America. It's a little more complicated.
It sounds like you're almost saying like it's more fun to believe this stuff, man.
Well, I think, I mean, which way? It could go either way. This is why we talked about this. It's like, it's so fantastical, the Big Bang and all of it. It's like, and we're just related to monkeys, but we learned how to laugh through using mushrooms or something. Like, I get it. Like, but I don't accept it. It's irrational to me. Even all that, even all that cool, like, oh, monkeys were doing mushrooms and that's why, we've, you know what I mean? And I used to love all that shit too, man. And but it's once there's a certain penny that drops in regards to this thing, it's an offense. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I feel in a certain way. It's not unacceptable. Like, I understand why somebody thinks it, but that's why I said, if somebody adds, if this, then that, like, fuck yeah. Because it leaves open the window to fucking not knowing.
Yeah.
And if you're going to have that little bit of a window, that's all I think any man really needs to get through. There's a little skepticism about everything, even your most cherished beliefs.
Particularly your most cherished beliefs, I think.
Well, right. They fucking can, and they can get you manipulated too. You know what I mean? And all the rest of it, man. Like, your good willingness to help some scumbag. You know what I mean? Like, it's all on the table. But that's where discernment comes in. That's why I think, like, it's a shame that our goodwill has been taken advantage of by these particular agencies. That's another offense. Why lie? Why take away the mystery of this profound universe that we live in order to have political control, is the way I see it. But in a sense, like, I'm down with the notion, like, if I'm talking to some Chinese official or whatever like that, like, you're damn right we went to fucking the moon. You know what I mean? You're damn fucking right we went to the moon. We're fucking, you know what I mean? Like, sure. But, like, and even I used to like my line of, like, at least we can all agree America is the greatest fucking nation that ever existed. Because we went to the moon, right? You know what I mean? Like, so, like,
you'll claim that victory, won't you?
Fucking right I will. You're damn fucking right, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially, I love
You
doing
really like that it's created as a rebel nation.
Right. All that fucking, all that hype. Because if somebody's going to try to play that, like, they're going to argue on behalf of NASA, then I'm going to take that full advantage of where the fuck NASA's from. You know what I mean? But in that sense, it should make somebody, or even like the whole Christopher Columbus discovered America. I love that one, because then I get ballers like, well, actually, it's more complicated than that. You're like, well, oh, is it? Oh, is it more complicated than that? Or isn't it all more complicated than that? I don't know. Forgive me, I'm rambling. But yeah. Like, I like that there's ballers that come in here. Like, I prefer, like, I look at it like when a baller comes in here, it's like you get precedence. You know what I mean? Because, like, it's like that's what we're all here to discuss, these ideas with sparks flying. You know what I mean? So it's like there's nothing wrong.
Make spaces that are only welcome for flat earthers, and I mean,
yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, man.
Do as well.
Well, the thing is that a lot of this stuff went kind of underground, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't want anything that, like, like all the real heavy duty hitters that I'm friends with, it's like, don't want anything to do with this debate. They've seen what it is and what people become because of it. And there's just no benefit to discuss this. Like, even myself, like, there's no real benefit other than our, our own development in here. Like, that's why I almost prefer it if it wasn't on YouTube. I like that low key shit. You know what I mean? Personally, but I think it's good that we rewrite the algorithm. So, like, it's okay that it's on YouTube, because that's how I always felt. Like, I feel like I'm rewriting the algorithm, because they're going to get this information and the AI can't reject it. So the AI is going to fully understand what I'm talking about when it comes to law, because that's the first one that's going to get it. Can tie all the pieces together. Not some dipshit online that I'm talking to on Discord that can't tie it all together. The AI is going to get it. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
And also, I feel like, it's like in this world of, like, this digitizing of everything, it's like, it's so incumbent for us to realize that you're not even your body. You know what I mean? In a philosophical, legal sense. And that's another thing with the law shit, is it confirms so much of the spiritual nature of Earth because of the impact it had on the wise men who wrote the law. Which opens up the window for the fact that you can't prove anything. That's why lawyers, that's why a good lawyer is capable of doing anything. That's why he's capable, because he understands the law and how to show the inconsistency, get what he wants. But, whereas most people see the world in black and white, the legal world brings it all to the molecular level, and then everything gets fucking distorted. and they know it. It's so cool.
Yeah, I do think it's a super fun time too. Like so many cool thoughts to think or things to try.
Yeah, I mean, also too, I love that line I was talking about earlier, like Bob Marley. They asked Bob Marley, like when he was playing electric music and recording and all this shit like that, like, well, how do you feel using the fruits of Babylon to record your music? And he looked at him all strange and he was like, Babylon has no fruits. So like the idea that the internet is something evil or any of this is like has some innate evilness to it, I don't accept that because there's too much potential for good too.
Bring it.
Yeah.
I've got a scientific law. When there is silence, Isa will play the guitar.
Yeah, no, I feel that law.
Right on. A little bit. I was just working on this little thing. Pick. I'm trying to work on my pick.
That's beautiful.
Thanks, man. Yeah, just trying to work on my noodling.
What's noodling?
Yeah, noodling. Just that like little, riffing. Just that like, all that stuff, just to get comfortable. I'm trying to learn how to play with a pick, but I don't know where the fuck it is right now.
Use a bread tie if you can't find a pick. That's what I
That's a good one. That's a good one. Good sleazy tip from fucking old Slimy over here. Oh shit. vibes, and I gotta do a fucking errand too, so I may have to cut.
Check it out.
Yeah, I do want to fucking. I want to jam, but I gotta fucking run to the store real quick. Let me see here. Let me see. Not really feeling it. Forgive me, guys. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, mate. That was nice. Good work.
Hey, thanks, brother.
Oh, Doofus is gone. I thought he came in here to challenge LIGO again, actually, and how they built it.
Honestly, most of these people are so fucking confused about laws and theories. I'm finding places that are saying theory has been tested thoroughly, it'll become a law, and laws will become theories. Like, they're all over the place. They're asking, what's a scientific law theory?
The first one you said sounded important, that when it gets tested enough, it becomes a law. That was exactly my description of it. That was exactly White's description of it, and that was exactly Bansaw's description of a law. And that is not something that is not possible to do an experiment on, but something that has been so thoroughly and repeatedly demonstrated in experiments that it's you call it a law. It gets to a certain.
Did you see the citations I posted in the chat?
Do any of them say you're not able to do an experiment on a law?
That Gempana shit that you're never gonna find. He's always asking for goofy shit like that too. Like, show me a citation that says astronomy is not a science or something. Like, I'm never gonna find that, dude.
Well, okay,
all
so
these
let's
things. If you know what all these things are, hold on. If you know what all these things are, you realize that they're not the same, and you can't. And they're different.
Sure. Let's look at the conversation this way instead. When I say scientific experiment, scientific law, I mean what is said in the Oxford English Dictionary and Wikipedia. That's when I make the mouth sounds that become the word scientific law. What I'm referring to when I make that mouth sound is the definition that's on the internet. If you're operating by a different definition, that's fine. Could you just show me the definition from somebody? somebody who shares your view that a scientific law, it is impossible to do an experiment on? Or could we come to a
Just went over this.
new phrases we're talking about? But when I say the mouth sound scientific law, I mean the one in Wikipedia where they say you do lots of experiments on it, you fail to disprove it, so you call it a law.
Yeah, we just went over this. I told you, you're asking for something that's I'm never going to find.
Exactly, because you're wrong. Bandsaw disagrees with you. Whites disagrees with you. All of them have said what I say, which is that they can be tested and they are tested. You're the only one still of the view that it's not possible to do a test on a law.
Experiment, scientific experiment. Well, give me the scientific experiment hypothesis for the conservation of momentum, why it happens.
It's not answering that question. Scientific laws don't talk about why. So why would you talk about why if you were trying to test a law? Why would you
do an
try
experiment?
To the one thing that they tell you about laws is they tell you what will happen, not why. And your first question is, why can't it tell me why? That's not what a law is. So if your problem is with that, then it's with something else.
That's why you're never going to have an experiment for the law of conservation of momentum, because it's never going to tell you why. You're never going to have a hypothesis for it. It's never going to tell you why.
What I mean is why a science question, or is how far does the ball roll if I drive my car at 60 kilometers an hour? Which of those sounds to you like a scientific question, Jeremy?
Describes like a description going to happen, which would be a law describing the dependent variable. And another one is telling you why it happens, like the water boiling example.
If you're saying an experiment explains why something happens, I don't understand that. That's new to me. That's not the definition I use. Can you describe to me how you do an experiment of why anything? Give me an example of a why experiment, because I don't know what that means.
Sure. So say you went out in nature one day and you saw a hot spring and there was water boiling in the hot spring. Be like, why does that water boil? You go home, get some water. Hypothesis, you would say, I think it gets cold, it causes it to boil. You would get the water cold, it wouldn't boil. You'd be like, oh shit, I was wrong. Then you would say, I think heat causes the water to boil. Heat, put it to the water, and you'd be like, oh look, it makes the water boil. I know why water boils.
So each of those ones you asked a really specific question. If I apply heat, does water boil? That's great. That works for me. I'm happy to share that one with you. We agree there. Right, they sound that sounds to me like a scientific question I would ask. But I don't get, that's exactly what I'm describing to you. How fast do I drive the car? Will that affect the dependent variable that is how far the ball rolls?
That's not your experiment on the law of conservation of momentum. That's something else. You don't have an experiment for the law of conservation of momentum, and you never will. Because you can't tell me why it happens.
But do laws, once more, Jeremy, do laws describe why something happens or just what?
No, they don't. They don't, and that's why you'll never have a hypothesis or an experiment for one.
So you're just making up two conditions now that nobody on the internet says. Okay, I'm just going to go back to it. My final, this is just becoming too frustrating for me. My final word on it is this: when I say scientific law, I mean the definition everybody else uses. If you mean a different one, good luck to you. Have fun with that.
Yeah, break me off with the hypothesis for a law.
Like it's cool. I've just, now that I'm confident that we are talking about two separate things, when I say scientific law and when you say scientific law, we're not speaking the same language. So
I'm talking about the second law of thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics, conservation of momentum, all the laws. We're talking about the same thing.
I'm talking about the one that can be experimented on. That's my understanding of what a law is. If that's what we're talking about, the same one that it says on Wikipedia, then you can do experiments on them. That is one of the things that definitionally is what they are to me. So that's the conversation I'm having. Isn't it important that you haven't been able to label them? Both times I had to do all of the describing which was which. It should mean something to you, man.
Do you have a scientific experiment for the law of conservation of momentum? That's going to be a hypothesis. That's going to be a hypothesis. I thought you were done. My bad.
I'm not a scientist. I work
We
in
can tell.
Discussion.
We can tell.
When I use this word, this is what I mean.
Listen, if you want to say that some law has a hypothesis behind it, give me the hypothesis and point out the independent and dependent variables for it. You can't because they don't.
Why would a law have a hypothesis? A law is just a description of what happens. It doesn't have sentience. It doesn't do science. What are you talking about when you say that? I'm so confused.
Do an experiment on a law.
Yes.
If you can do an experiment on a law.
Yes.
I said you can't do an experiment on a law. If you can do an experiment on a law, give me the experiment for the law.
Okay, sure. The same one I've used for 2 weeks, Jeremy. Still the bowling ball. Has all of
and
your
that doesn't tell you.
It doesn't tell you why it happens, which we've both just agreed. A scientific law doesn't talk about why. So if I'm doing an experiment on a scientific law, I'm not asking a why question. I'm asking a what happens. Can I quantify what happens? Is there a dependent and an independent variable? Does altering one alter the other? That we're talking still about the same thing we've been talking about the whole time, Jeremy. Changed. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting really frustrated.
So what is the difference between an hypothesis and an experiment?
Experiment, I think, is doing the thing. Hypothesis is thinking what will probably happen.
So the hypothesis is just asking the question why. Is that right?
I
don't know. I got it.
Hypothesis. I've never heard of this experiment needs to ask a why question. It doesn't even make sense to me. If it makes sense to anybody else, then, like, to me, a scientific thing is how quickly does water boil if I add salt, right? And it's
but isn't that asking a
quantify.
question why? Isn't that asking a question why? Why does this thing happen? So, or is the hypothesis saying this thing happens because of X, Y, or Z? Is that what the hypothesis is?
But
I don't know. I should look it up, shouldn't I? Instead of just.
But I think you can just think it through, Bandy. Probably. A why question is ambiguous to the point of meaninglessness. Why is going to be only ever semantic and dependent on what the person thinks in their head when they ask it, right? Why does water boil? Well, because I asked my husband. Like, it's a malformed question. You've got no variables to test. How quickly does water boil when I add salt? Immediately, how much salt? How are you heating it? Immediately, we know the variables. The why doesn't make any sense. It's just, we've never heard it before from anybody that a scientific experiment has to say why, nor why testing a law which specifically says it doesn't talk about why would involve testing to talk about why when we can just do a simple cause and effect. Just causing the truck to drive this fast. Alter how far the ball rolls. Like, it's so simple that it's everywhere on the internet. Every description you look for, even your descriptions, Bandy, of Jeremy's thing, all agree with me. I'm not. It's not that I'm winning. It's just that all of us are on the. All of the rest of humanity is on the same side when it comes to talking about a scientific law. And Jeremy's still like, no, they're wrong.
So a hypothesis is a supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
Okay, the independent variable is the cause. So if you have a hypothesis and an experiment, on the law of conservation momentum, I'm going to need to know the independent variable for the law of conservation of momentum. In other words, you're going to need to know why it happened.
If momentum is conserved, then the ball will drop straight, is the hypothesis. Right? The variables you're using are still and have remained for the last week. Quite some time now, Jeremy. The speed of the
Did
truck.
you even hear what I just said? You didn't even hear what I just said, did you?
You were asking what the variable is. It's the speed of the truck. It remains the speed of the truck.
Already agreed that laws don't tell us why.
Exactly.
Independent variables do tell us why. You're going to need an independent variable for the law of conservation of momentum.
It's a malformed point. I don't get what you mean when you say tell us why. I'm saying give me a specific description of what you mean by why, so I can answer that question.
Okay,
What do you mean
the independent variable is the cause. Experiment on the law of conservation of momentum. You're going to need to know to have an independent variable, conservation of momentum, the cause of it.
So can you define, Reknor is asking this, can you please define hypothesis and experiment in your terms, please? So we're all talking the same
variable is the cause. Define. I mean, to define.
Reknor wants you to define what a hypothesis and an experiment is. That's what Reknor wants.
Yeah, and what Reknor wants, I reckon Reknor gets.
That's terrible.
Otherwise, you get blocked otherwise. You got to be careful.
Yeah, sometimes you get blocking.
He's quick on that block button.
All right, here we go. Ready? This is from techtarget.com. They all pretty much say the same thing, though. A hypothesis in a scientific context is a testable statement about the relationship between two or more variables or a proposed explanation for some observed phenomena.
What could the more variables be?
Testable sounds exactly what I'm talking about. Experiment is a test.
So yeah, a statement about a relationship between two or more variables.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Ready? This is from Britannica.com. Scientific hypothesis, an idea that proposes a tentative explanation about a phenomena. So see how you got explanation, you have a phenomena, and then you have an explanation for it.
So
you have the conservation of momentum phenomena, right? Conserved. To explain why. You'll never be able to do that because you don't have an experiment for it. Can't believe I'm even arguing this. This is ridiculous.
It's still like two of the last ones you've read. I didn't hear so many in that one, but two of the last ones you've read sounded to me for all the world like they were agreeing with what I was saying.
Scientific hypothesis. This is from Britannica.com. Scientific hypothesis, an idea that proposes a tentative explanation about a phenomena. Do you understand what that sentence means?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, you have a phenomena. You have the conservation of momentum.
Sure.
You have an explanation for that phenomena. Why? How? Why? Just describe it. Laws will write down how much it happens, the rate at which it happens. They'll have some mathematical formulas usually. They don't explain it though. They describe it. You'll never have a hypothesis for a law.
What you're saying is like you read out a quote, and I think I understand every word in the quote, and then you speak after that and I'm less capable of making sense of reality. With each word you say, I feel
Really?
I'm further from understanding what you're saying.
Okay, we'll take it slow then. Scientific
It's really
hypothesis.
simple. For me, I'll state the really simple premise that you need to defeat to prove my argument false. That a scientific experiment, the word as I mean it when I define it, that belongs on Wikipedia, that everybody else in the room seems to agree with, is that it can and is experimentally tested.
Did you hear what I said? Scientific hypothesis, an idea that proposes a tentative explanation of phenomena. So you have your phenomena, conservation of momentum. Yo, what are you doing?
What part of this question is about
super simple?
We're not talking about a hypothesis. We're talking about a scientific law. Why do we care what a hypothesis is?
Hypothesis for one. You say you had an experiment for your law.
Why do we care?
An experiment for your law, you're going to need a hypothesis first.
What
hypothesis? A scientific hypothesis. Scientific hypothesis.
I've ever heard. You think that it requires? Let me get this straight. You think that this requires me to already have an experiment for you that already has a set hypothesis in order for a law to be able to be tested? What is going through your head right now, man? It's not working.
I told you couldn't. I told you couldn't do an experiment on a law.
Yes, I can find you multiple sites, including Wikipedia, including the science.
Over right now, but you're not letting me. I don't know why.
Okay.
Letting me get through
show
this.
me one definition that matches what you say, not some words that you then have to piece together something afterwards to try and make it make sense, which we can all see you doing. I mean, show me an actual definition that describes how and why experiments aren't able to be done on laws.
Explaining what a hypothesis is, and explaining what a hypothesis is, and if you can understand this definition of what a hypothesis is, you'll realize that you can't do one on a law because laws don't explain things; they describe them. Grasping this very simple concept, though, maybe you have or something. I don't know.
You're disagreeing with Wikipedia, so yeah, maybe I'm dumb. Maybe everybody else in the world who uses those words is dumb. And maybe we're all just missing it. You could be right. It's just we all of us use the different definition.
That's that slimy tactic I pointed out earlier.
That's why I don't see any more point in the conversation. That's what I'm getting at. It's where are we going to go from here? You use a different definition for the words. Do you get the one I'm using? Do you acknowledge at least that Wikipedia agrees with me?
Do you not agree with that definition of a hypothesis?
A hypothesis is totally irrelevant. You found a different definition for a different word that isn't the one we're talking about and gone, but because of...
Oh, well. Do you not agree?
How does this relate to Flat Earth?
It makes no sense, mate. Come on. Because hypothesis is something... What does that tell us? Draw us the line between hypothesis and law. Exactly. There's not a jot. It doesn't make any sense. This is stupid. You're better than this, Jeremy. So rate your critical thinking abilities on this. They're just it's. I don't know why I'm still talking about it.
Okay, did you not agree with that definition of a hypothesis?
I haven't been convinced of the relevance of that to the discussion.
Okay, it's the definition of a hypothesis is relevant because in order to do an experiment, you need a hypothesis first. So, did you not agree with that definition of the hypothesis? Oh my goodness gracious!
I'm not aware of the relevance to the discussion.
It's very relevant because if you're going to do an experiment, you're definitely going to need a hypothesis first because an experiment is a hypothesis test.
Okay, sure.
So it's highly relevant, highly relevant. I realize you don't understand the relevance of it because you don't know what you're talking about.